never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Nashville police say this week's school shooter had parents who forbade her from owning guns because she had some mental problems.
Receiving help for an emotional disorder, but she had not been committed to an institution.
Police Chief John Drake says the shooter, a transgender Nashville woman, went to several stores to legally purchase her firearms. He adds her parents said they were unaware because she hid the weapons. Dominion Voting Systems wants to put Fox News hosts and executives on the witness stand in its $1.6 billion defamation case. That includes President Jay Wallace and on-air hosts Sean Hannity, Tucker Carlson, and Laura Ingraham, among others. The company is suing Fox over claims it made that it rigged the 2020 presidential election. Dominion has said in court filings that it would have been impossible for its systems to flip votes from Trump to Biden, as many on Fox suggested. The head of Health and Human Services is trying to calm fears that immigrant children are being placed in dangerous situations while they wait to make their case for asylum. Secretary Javier Becerra defended the agency's screening process.
We vet everyone who's coming through our works as a potential sponsor.
There are claims that some of the migrant children are being sold into human slavery. The hearing comes during a spike in unaccompanied minors abandoned at the border. And President Biden traveling across America to promote investment in the U.S.
President Biden kicked off what he's calling a 3-week Investing in America tour in North Carolina.
We're making chips that go into electric vehicles, powered by batteries and critical minerals that you're making here in North Carolina.
Biden also took the opportunity to accuse Republicans of wanting to repeal the investments his administration has made in infrastructure and domestic manufacturing. I'm John Schaefer.
This is USA News.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At least 40 people are dead after a fire broke out at a migrant detention center in Mexico Monday night. The blaze happened at the National Migration Institute in Ciudad Juarez, which sits across the border from El Paso, Texas. More than 60 men were detained at the center. One witness, whose husband was hospitalized, said the detainees were locked inside while employees evacuated. President Biden says he supports the Second Amendment, but noted it's not absolute.
You're not allowed to go out and own an automatic weapon. You're not allowed to own a machine gun. You're not allowed to own a flamethrower. You're not allowed to own so many other things. Why in God's name do we allow these weapons of war on our streets?
While speaking in North Carolina, the president called Monday's deadly shooting at a Nashville school senseless. He again urged Congress to pass an assault weapons ban. The Senate Majority Leader is calling out one senator from Alabama, Tommy Tuberville, for holding up more than 150 Pentagon nominees over the Defense Department's abortion policy.
Tuberville is not just blocking a targeted group of nominees. He is blocking all senior military officer promotions.
Senator Chuck Schumer accused Tuberville of hindering the military's work. Tuberville has delayed civilian and flag officer nominations in protest of a new DoD policy providing leave and reimbursement for service members who need to travel to get an abortion. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
As a dentist, I know what my patients are saying during times when they really can't speak.
Mm-hmm.
She says her gums are irritated.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you can do? Absolutely. You can try New Crest Advanced Gum Restore.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, New Crest Advanced Gum Restore. It detoxifies below the gum line to restore your gums back to health in just 7 days. Exactly. Healthy gums, healthy mouth.
New Crest Advanced Gum Restore. Healthy, beautiful smiles for life.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty then, what do you say? Lights, cameras, action. Here we go. Well, to some extent, it kind of feels like a Friday for me, but no, long way from it. This will be my final broadcast from the secret bunker this week. By the way, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios here in Southwest Ohio. For those tuning in visually via Facebook or Rumble, you may notice a few things kind of missing in the studio. Now, they're packed up. They'll be headed early tomorrow to Louisville as we get ready for the big show. Yes, almost time. You got the latest email flash from Louisville this past day. All roads lead to the Mid-America Truck Show 2023. Of course, this will be 51 years. 51st anniversary. Wow. Are you feeling old? I know some of you were attending Louisville Mid-America back in the early days, when there may have been just a few dozen vendors and a handful of trucks in a very small venue. Of course, which has now grown to the granddaddy of them all, as big as they get. 1 million square feet of exhibition space, hundreds, sometimes over 1,000 vendors. I didn't see the latest update how many. I know there were close to the 900 range as far as vendors here a few weeks ago, but yeah, all Mid-America Truck Show attendees are invited to a number of events that'll be taking place. And we'll break some of those down for you. Again, last year, I believe, was the first. I had not recalled any in the past, but held an opening reception there Thursday evening, closing out the first day of the show. Going to do that again. Join us at the opening reception for a lively evening of celebration, networking, food, drinks, live entertainment. It'll be Thursday, 6 p.m. That'll be taking place in the South Lobby there at the Mid-America Truck Show. Again, just like last year. Visit our sponsors Thursday during the show hours, where you can request tickets for a free drink and a tasting experience at that reception. You'll need to get by the OOIDA booth there, 11128, or the Triumph booth, booth number 69132. That's where you get your tickets for the free drink and the tasting experience. We'll break down some of the other many events, which some include, craft beer tastings, bourbon tasting, and you don't often associate the trucking industry with events where you're going to be drinking alcoholic beverages, but this is the time of year when many drivers will roll in and park the truck and not be driving the truck. Let their hair down a little bit for a few days and enjoy things, get an Uber or during the show hours, take the shuttle back out to the parking area or their respective hotels, which all over the Louisville area are booked up in advance of this week's big show. But we'll be covering all that live for you, of course. And a little change of plan, I guess I should announce. We'd been saying all along that everything would be recorded during the show, which it will, playing from the midnight Eastern time to 5 a.m. Eastern time in the respective time zones around the country via the app and the likes of Rumble and the social media, Facebook. But I come to find out this past day, talking to Josh, I guess here at the last minute, we will actually be live during the show while we're actually recording. So you could tune in during the day from noon till 5 Eastern time on both Thursday and Friday. And that'll be from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. on Saturday. We'll be live on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page and the Overnight Drive, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Facebook page. So during the daytime hours, during the live hours at the show, just the Facebook, the stream will not be up, the app, all that'll be coming your way during the midnight to 5 Eastern time. But I thought I'd pass that your way and try to remind folks. I know most listeners out there go to the app because that's where I can see the numbers and track the hundreds that are listening. Facebook usually garners 75, sometimes 100. Sometimes people check in on Facebook, say hello, and then jump over to the app. So again, during the show, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you'll have to join us if you'd like right there via Facebook, the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page and the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Facebook page. Now, one thing I'm kind of noticing as we've been paying attention to the weather heading toward the weekend here, for drivers that may be rolling in today here on Wednesday or Thursday, setting up, as hundreds of drivers fill up the parking lot for the free parking in the, what do they call it now? I guess it's the Cardinal Stadium parking lot. It used to be the Papa John's Cardinal Stadium. We had to remove that Papa John's thing. Remember that? But hundreds of drivers will be setting up shop there. And I know so many of you will be breaking up the canopies and the awnings and things like that to sit out in the parking lot behind your truck or next to your truck. Sometimes folks will set up the grills and be cooking out there. It's just a good time out in the parking lot. As we look toward Friday and Friday night, a storm system that appears to be another one of those. We've had our fair share of these in the Midwest in recent weeks. Another big wind event. And Louisville finds itself in the zone right now. It looks like from, say, Louisville west, 40 to 50 mile an hour winds from just about Louisville, somewhere between Louisville and Lexington eastward. They're talking 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. So you may set things up on Wednesday and have what looks to be a beautiful day Thursday. This system's going to be rolling in sometime on Friday. I don't have the breakdown if it's going to be early in the day or midday, but sometime Friday, storms, potentially severe weather, will be moving into the Louisville area and bringing with it a rather extended period of high winds. So you may need to take some of those awnings and canopies down before the arrival of the storm. Otherwise, you may find them airborne and maybe a mile away, dropped somewhere by the high winds. I just wanted to bring that to your attention early on here. Then things kind of cool off after a high of like 67 there on Friday early in the day. The storms roll in, temperatures drop, obviously. This is the traditional clash of the air masses. Looks like dropping down into the middle 30s for Friday night into Saturday morning with all those winds. And then partial sunshine Saturday, they're saying, but it's going to be a much cooler day, kind of a blustery high of maybe low to mid-50s at best, according to forecasters. So plan accordingly. But that'll be let's jump right in there with our traveler's weather. It's a beautiful night for trucking tonight through a good majority of the country. East Coast and West Coast are the exceptions. We have some showers, nothing as far as severe weather. From, say, south of Washington, D.C., some decent rains down through Richmond, Virginia, on down, not quite into, but almost into Charlotte, North Carolina. That's the eastern half of those respective states. That precip will be moving offshore during the overnight hours tonight. Then you have to head out to the West Coast. That's the latest big storm unleashing heavy rain and additional feet of mountain snow in California. That's the system that's going to re-energize once it crosses the Rockies and will trigger a severe weather event across the Great Plains, the Mississippi Valley, Thursday evening to Friday. Then further east through the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes, Friday into Saturday. That's the system I was just talking about. The severe weather threat this time around is going to be reaching much further north over the central states by the time we get into Friday, bringing the risk of tornadoes. We haven't seen many incidents thus far this year that far to the north. Now, conditions favorable for severe thunderstorms with the rising air over the Mississippi Valley, that surge of warm, humid air from the Gulf of Mexico. That's going to be the setup later this week. First thunderstorms will erupt over portions of the central and southern plains, probably Thursday afternoon, and continue into the evening. Overall coverage rather sparse, but anything that does form could turn rather intense over the plains. The main threat Thursday evening would be hail and high winds, and maybe a couple of tornadoes. But this is where we're looking at. Friday looks to be the prime day. Severe weather that will encompass more than a dozen states in the middle of the country. Current risk will extend from central Texas northward nearly 1,000 miles all the way into southern Wisconsin. This will include the potential for some tornadic activity, to include even the Chicago area. It could extend all the way well north into the state of Wisconsin. Friday looks like everything may be in the books. All modes of severe weather possible. Large hail, tornadoes, strong winds, lots of lightning, flash flooding. This severe weather outbreak will bring a widespread threat, here we go, of the damaging winds, and is highly likely to produce a number of tornadoes. The risk for severe weather Friday to Friday night includes parts of northern Mississippi that were actually hit by tornadoes last Friday evening. But the winds with this system, powerful winds with this storm's cold front, could bring down trees and power lines. Thunderstorms may stir some strong winds as the front approaches, but those high winds will persist after the front pushes through. That's what I mean by you get your line of showers, your thunderstorms, your lightning, and possible tornadic activity. The winds are just going to continue howling behind the front. Howling from the northwest over portions of the southern plains Friday afternoon to Friday night. Dry soil and dry brush conditions from Kansas to Oklahoma and even northwestern Texas. Combined with winds approaching 70 miles per hour will increase the risk of wildfires and maybe dust storms. In some areas, strong winds from the west and northwest will kick up from portions of the Tennessee Valley to the Ohio Valley to the lower Great Lakes region. Now, this is the wind side on Saturday. So once we get through potentially some stormy weather Friday, cool off, but the winds looks like it's just going to be a windy day. If you're going to try to get to the show earlier to get outdoors for the Paul K. Young Truck Beauty Championship, the bright, beautiful, shiny trucks, it looks like Thursday, maybe early Friday is going to be the best day for that. Of course, they'll be out there on Saturday, but you'll be all bundled up with the winds howling. Gust in that zone stretching from Tennessee to Michigan approach 60 miles per hour. We could be talking widespread power outages as these winds sweep through. It's possible heavy, gusty, locally severe thunderstorms could actually pivot across parts of the east as we head into Saturday. Who was it earlier this week? I think Eagle was talking about the tornadic activity. How do these things, how do they develop? Winds a few thousand feet above the ground will be very strong, on the order of 60, 70 miles per hour. Thunderstorms that develop across this region will be able to bring some of those strong winds all the way down to the surface, and that's what leads to the threat of damaging wind gusts. The more damaging wind gusts brought by thunderstorms will be in addition to the widespread blustery conditions that are going to be felt across the region. So you never know from one year to next. We've been there on years where we've had snow. We've been there years when the tornado sirens were sounding in Louisville. It seems like it was a little after the noon hour several years ago. And a tornado actually touched down not very far from the arena there where the Mid-America Truck Show was taking place at that point in time. You never know. Springtime, a volatile time of year. Our number, 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I guess earlier this past day, they had a bit of an incident along the river there in Louisville. Looking at the post from the Kentucky Energy and Environment Cabinet, which was the Emergency Response Team, the ERT, responding to a barge incident, which occurred this past morning on the Ohio River, again, right there in Louisville. The incident involved 11 barges, 10 of which got loose from the tug. One barge carrying approximately 1,400 tons of methanol had become lodged at the McAlpin Dam and was partially submerged. According to the U.S. Coast Guard Sector Ohio Valley, the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the Ohio River Valley Sanitation Committee, all working with our team, as well as local emergency officials. The emergency response team has dispatched a boat team to assist with downstream assessment of water quality monitoring. The nearest municipal water intake downstream from this incident on Tuesday morning would be down in Henderson, Kentucky. I'm going to see if I can find more details, get the latest on that along the Ohio River. We've had several issues with water. Of course, earlier this past Sunday over the weekend with the spill up there in the Philadelphia area. Of course, several weeks prior to that, the East Palestine train derailment had concerns about water quality along the Ohio River for hundreds of miles. Hello to Deborah in Indiana this morning. Good morning, Steve. It's a chilly 34 here in Indiana. Should head up to about 50 later today. Have a safe trip to Louisville. And everybody stay safe out there tonight, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker. Have a wonderful Wednesday. Who else checks in here? Kevin, hi there. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Stay safe tonight. Roy is on board in Northwest Illinois, 37 degrees. Hello to Debbie there in Montana. Roads somewhat snow-covered. Temperature sitting at 21. So be cautious, drivers. Our roads will be slick and icy, especially areas that had melted during the day. You get the refreeze. Rock Pick. Hey there. Morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, those wise old night owls, 33. It's fair here in Rochester, New York. Oh, and happy hump day. Looking forward to watching the videos from the Mid-America Truck Show. Are you ready to rumble? Yes, rumble up and running tonight. Everybody stay safe and enjoy. Hello to Pappy, 36 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Yeah, one day and counting down to the big show. Hammer down, all you nocturnal listeners. Be safe, stay safe. There's Sylvester. Are you ready there? Hoo-hoo, says Sylvester. Woohoo, let's roll. Only 2 days. Can't wait to see y'all there. We're in Berea, Kentucky tonight at the hotel. Heading off to bed after a huge day of driving. We'll see you there in Louisville.
USA News Update. We're learning more about the person who pulled the trigger in Monday's mass shooting at a school in Nashville.
The shooter, a transgender Nashville woman, was being treated for an emotional disorder. That's according to Nashville police, who also say that her parents forbade her from owning guns.
They were under the thoughts that she had gotten rid of every weapon that she owned, but she had hid different weapons inside the home.
Nashville Police Chief John Drake says she went to several stores and legally purchased the firearms used in that killing. She killed 3 children and 3 adults at the Covenant School before she was killed by police. I'm John Schaefer.
Former Vice President Mike Pence will have to comply with the subpoena to testify. The ruling by a federal judge requires Pence to testify before a grand jury on conversations he had with former President Trump leading up to the January 6th Capitol riot. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, no matter how many times I've washed it.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried new Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in 1 wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products. Save on Downy Rinse and Refresh at Target.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, most of the nonstop coverage, media coverage throughout the day, this past day, of course, revolving around the Nashville shooting, learning more about the shooter. And as you heard in the news break there, she had parents that forbade her from owning a gun. She had issues. Yeah, well, we all do that. Yeah, emotional, mental issues. Anyone that's going to do something like this has mental issues. No two ways about it. But we'll give you more on that coming up here momentarily. Let's get back. Some of our listening friends, good afternoon. Larry, hammer down, be safe. 36 degrees at the New York-Connecticut state line tonight. All right, Timothy checks in for a bit here. Dipsy Driver, good morning, Steve, and the most informed audience. Just to lighten things up a little. Did you hear about the couple arguing about buying a new vehicle? He wanted a pickup. She wanted a sports car. He said that's not practical. She wanted something that will go from 0 to 200 in less than 4 seconds. Uh-oh. He bought her a bathroom scale. Yeah, somebody got his butt whipped, I could imagine, after that. Midnight Special checks in from Fayetteville, North Carolina. We're getting a free truck wash tonight. There you go. In the Rains in North Carolina. Good to hear from you. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, 36 in North Bend, Nebraska tonight. Overnight Drive crew, get your votes in so our iconic host Steve Summers can consider a special Mid-America Truck Show only shout out to that one special driver. Make sure everyone to stop by the Parks Livestock booth. They'll be set up in the West Wing. Say howdy to Rachel, the person who's part of the team of hardworking experts that make me think I'm famous. All right, Steve, it is always an epic night. Safe travels to all headed toward the Bluegrass State. And a special shout-out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from America's Heartland tonight. So there you go, yeah. Lauren Weiss checks in rather often from the Parks Livestock. Yeah, all right, so they'll be set up in the West Wing. All right, 844-844-3388. We'll get to some of our other friends checking in coming up here. I want to jump over As I mentioned, you hear the latest. This sparks, I guess, an entirely new debate. Obviously, some will be questioning, well, if you have a child that you are greatly concerned about owning a firearm, should we, as a parent, we all want the best for our kids. You don't want people talking about, Susie's got mental issues. The debate, some are saying, well, why didn't the parents notify authorities? Why didn't they have her on a list? That's why we talk about red flag laws in this country. The 28-year-old that killed 3 children and 3 adults, as we know, in Nashville, was under care for an emotional disorder, but at the same time had legally purchased a total of 7 firearms that were hidden at home, according to the police chief. The parents actually spoke to police and said they knew she had bought and sold 1 weapon and thought that was the extent of it. The parents felt that their daughter should not own weapons. Of course, 3 of the weapons were used, 3 of those 7 were used in the attack on Monday. Those 7 weapons in total purchased between October 20th of 2020 and June the 6th of last year, according to a police spokesman. Police also said, well, we don't know a motive. I think most of us have kind of realistically figured that out. Of course, she targeted the school and church in the attack, did not specifically target any of those individuals, the 6 that were killed. It was just about the school itself. But in her writings, the memoir, she had written, mentioned a mall located near the school as another possible target. Of course, 19th shooting in a school or university this year, in which at least 1 person was wounded. All right, all of Tennessee was hurt, according to Governor Bill Lee. In a video statement this past day, he said he and his wife were best friends with one of the victims, who was supposed to come over to his home for dinner Monday evening. Wow, we can all agree on one thing, that every human life has great value. We will act to prevent this from happening again. There's a clear desire in all of us. Whether we agree on the action steps or not, we have to find ways to protect against evil, is that word. Interesting. We'll delve also into the fact that I think her initial primary target was going to be the mall. But she opted against that because there was too much security. As the case typically is with these deranged individuals, always looking for the path of least resistance. Targeting places that would be a no-gun zone. You hear it time and time again. But more on that, as we say, coming up. We'll jump to the phones here just ahead. We'll get latest numbers at the pump under the industry headlines. What do we have here? According to ProMiles, national diesel average price continues to drop incrementally, down a little over a nickel nationwide this past week. Looks like average prices, again, down across the board. The biggest drop, a 10-cent drop in the Rocky Mountain region. California dropped by 7 cents, while the East Coast, Central Atlantic, and Lower Atlantic were down anywhere 6.5 cents per gallon. With the price at $3.87, the Gulf Coast region, lowest average of any this past week. So national average still at $4.27 per gallon. Some of the higher prices there along the East Coast at $4.35, up in New England, $4.73 still there. Central Atlantic down at $4.56. Things start to drop as you head west. The Midwest right at $4 per gallon, $4.02, down a nickel. Again, Gulf Coast at $3.87. Out west, there's where the prices go up and away. The West Coast as a whole at 5.14 per gallon. West Coast without California at 4.67. You break California out separately at 5.51 per gallon. Highest prices in the country. About 18 before the hour. Let's see what's going on with Hillbilly, I believe, out of the box here on a Wednesday. What's going on?
Good morning, Steve. How are we doing this morning?
Ready to roll, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm coming into Louisville now. I just got to go south of Louisville to deliver, and I can go back home. I sent you that link about the barges this afternoon. I don't know if it's my link or someone else, but most of your dams got like a guide wall, and either the pilot of the tugboat either misjudged the current and got caught between the wall there and snapped the cables, and that's how they got loose.
Oh.
So that is my suspicion. I mean, I've seen it happen there at Parkland Dam where I live. We had an incident probably about 5-6 years ago with high currents with the river up, catches the tug and pushes up against the wall and snaps the cables. But that barge with the methane or the
Methanol.
I'm looking at it.
That's. I mean, are they? Have you seen? Are they? Is there any leakage detected, or have they said?
I didn't see nothing when I've had, but I'm going to turn on local news when I get down here to see if they say anything. But that's a sealed barge, so it lost piping and stuff like that didn't get damaged.
Yeah, but that barge is the one that's actually sinking, right?
Half submerged.
Yeah.
Half submerged. Probably what they'll do is put a tug up against it and attach to it to keep it from sinking. What the Corps of Engineers will do. But they got ways to get them things up. It's amazing to watch them, how they can just go underneath the water there next to that dam and tie to them and get them back up. But that's a lot of stuff on that barge.
1,400 tons. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a whole lot. Steve, there's been a couple weeks ago, I watched a video. Someone invented a bulletproof room for a classroom that folds up against the wall, was not used, but can be unfolded within seconds once the alarm comes up. That's a good. More I think about, I don't know what the cost of that will be, but sure is taking away. We just need to start thinking.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to try to search that before you send it to you tonight when I get parked. I was thinking about that a little bit ago, but I sent you a video of her going through the school door to door.
Yes.
You talk about as calm. I mean, it was unbelievable how calm she was. It looked like almost military training she was going through there. Like there was nothing bothering her.
Yeah, Pappy made it sound like she didn't really have any tactics. She didn't know what. Obviously, he said based on like someone with military experience, she didn't really know what she was doing. But yes, she was just very, very calm, cool, and collected. Just
right. And then I sent you another video of the body cam of the police officers. God bless our officers because they are true heroes, and that keep reading more people getting killed or injured in that school. So, but I just hit 65 and about ready to hit the hospital curve, and I'm going to get off here.
all right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in. Have a great night and safe travels. All right, let's see what we have here from our Louisville news source. I think that's WLKY. They're talking about the loose barges. One of those is partially underwater. That's the one carrying 1,400 tons of methanol. The CDC says methanol is a toxic alcohol that's used industrially as a solvent, pesticide, and alternative fuel source. At this point, they say it is not clear whether the methanol is leaking, but the EEC says if it is, it should dilute quickly. However, we would expect some fish to die. Now, Louisville Water, thank goodness, says the incident is downriver from the water intake there for Louisville. No impact to the water quality. The water is safe. Now, the rest of the barges were carrying soybean oil and corn. State's emergency management team and the Coast Guard trying to determine what the next steps will be, they say. Louisville Fire has deployed hazmat monitoring, and they're surveying the area until the barge's private company arrives on the scene. It could take a while to get all the barges out. There was a similar incident near Louisville on Christmas Day back in 2018. It took 6 months to get all 15 of those barges out of the water. Wow. Quite the lengthy cleanup operation. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Now, a little more information here from the NBC affiliate in Louisville. Of the 10 barges that broke loose, 7 have successfully been recovered by other vessels that were in the vicinity. The 3 that were part of that 10 that broke free about 2 o'clock in the morning, Tuesday morning, about 24 hours ago, apparently hit a structure at the entrance to the Portland Canal near the McAlpin Locks and Dam. According to the Emergency Management Agency, one barge remained attached, and all except for the one carrying methanol were transporting, as we mentioned, soy and corn. At this point, they say there is currently zero evidence of a tank breach or any leaks, but air and water monitoring continue. This has prompted officials to limit traffic on the Ohio as state and federal officials respond. Downriver traffic has been stopped, and nearby locks that had reopened after earlier closing would most likely close again here during the overnight hours as officials reassess the situation. We had shut down traffic along the Ohio. There's going to be salvage operations. It's going to be dangerous. Again, Louisville Water said it's downriver from their intake, so the water is safe to drink. The 7 other barges that broke loose recovered this past day by other vessels in the area, according to the Corps of Engineers. But those 3 are kind of like pinned up against the dam. I guess that's going to be a heck of an operation to try to get them out of there. But methanol, methanol used in all kinds of stuff. Windshield washer fluid, gas line antifreeze, carburetor cleaner, copy machine fluid, some perfumes and other products. It is part of a group of toxic alcohols. It can be extremely dangerous to humans if ingested. It can result in death, coma, respiratory, and circulatory failure. All right. So not the kind of stuff, you want to be ingesting. Let's jump over and see what's happening with Brain Dead here on a Wednesday. Happy Hump Day.
Hey, Steve. You know, when I think of something to drink, methanol is not on the top of my list.
Thank you.
Maybe coffee, but no. Hey, let me rewind back to last night. I heard you and Heatwave talking about that change of operation that we're supposed to have had, and they canceled the hearing. This is the one thing that the Teamsters have actually done right. I'm impressed. I'm astonished, because the people in the ivory tower for this company have lost touch with the freight. I mean, they go to this terminal in Little Rock, okay? They'll show up 10, 11, 12 o'clock. Ain't nobody on the dock working. Maybe the city guys, there's only a couple down there, maybe. That's it. Your real operation goes on from 10 o'clock at night to 6 in the morning. So why are you not out there looking to see what changes need to be made? I mean, honestly, you cannot see your true operation if you're not looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
The CDO needs to be paying more attention to this freight that sits on the dock for a week on end before somebody loads it up, and hold people accountable. Hold that dock supervisor accountable. Hey, you got 4 skids of this E-Time freight that's sitting there. It needs to be loaded up today, or you're going to be out of a job. That's the main problem with this company, is the moving of freight, not the utility run that I'm on, the moving of the freight. I mean, and the routing of the freight too, Steve. It's like I was talking to Eskimo Mom earlier, and I've talked to a couple other people. I load the trailers out from Memphis, and you tell these little idiots in Little Rock, oh, that goes to Atlanta South. Why don't you throw it on the Atlanta trailer? They look at you like you're not making any sense. It's like a deer in the headlight look, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we sending Atlanta South freight to Memphis to be unloaded just to go to Atlanta? It makes no sense. You got a trailer sitting right there in the door for Atlanta. Or we have a city trailer, one for the city freight for Memphis. They'll put Northeast freight on a city trailer. Why? Why are you not trying to separate the freight out a lot better at these velocity terminals? There's no education. They just had like 3 guys start last week. The only thing they said was, here's bills, there's a trailer, you'll figure it out as you go.
Wow.
The hostler there that moves the trailers around is scraping the dolly legs all the way around the yard because he can't raise the trailer up high enough. One of the Santa Claus, the one that runs ahead of me, the Union Santa Claus, not our friend Santa Claus, but he was yelling at the daggum hostler driver for not picking up the trailer all the way, and he can't figure out what he did wrong. And he said to me, well, somebody should have showed me how to do it. No, you should figure out how to do the job too. Somebody can show you how to do it, but at the end time, you got to understand, if you're scraping dolly legs on the ground, you need to pick that trailer up more.
Right.
Honestly, this is a lack of intelligence and caring. And the upper management does not hold these terminal managers to what they hire feet to the fire. They honestly don't. And this is sad that, honestly, and like I've said as many times, to get a job here, breathing, yes. Pulse, yes. No intelligence, hey, you're employee of the month. You're honest and truly employee of the month. It's sad, Steve. It's honest and truly sad.
Wow.
Let's see. There's some. Yeah, did you see this on the news that Rittenhouse kid got a visit from the ladies from The View. Did you see this?
I can't say that I have, no.
I'll have to find it and send it to you. But yeah, he apparently he sued the View and its producers for slander and defamation of character, and they made a settlement. And one of the things was that the ladies on The View had to go to his front door and deliver the check personally.
Now, I wonder if that's like an internet rumor or the real. Find the story and send it to me. Include the source, right? All right, we'll get a news break here. Close out hour number 1, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. We're learning more about the person who pulled the trigger in Monday's mass shooting at a school in Nashville.
The shooter, a transgender Nashville woman, was being treated for an emotional disorder. That's according to Nashville police, who also say that her parents forbade her from owning guns.
They were under the thoughts that she had gotten rid of every weapon that she owned, but she had hid different weapons inside the home.
Nashville Police Chief John Drake says she went to several stores and legally purchased the firearms used in that killing. She killed 3 children and 3 adults at the Covenant School before she was killed by police. I'm John Schaefer.
Nashville police may soon release what they believe was the motive in the deadly shooting. Police in Alabama have been investigating the scene of a shooting that left 2 officers wounded. It happened Tuesday at an apartment complex in Huntsville, where the deputies were responding to a shots fired call. A citizen was also shot by a barricaded subject inside one of the units. The White House is asking where the Republican budget proposal is.
The president released his budget 3 weeks ago, and so far all we've seen from Speaker McCarthy and MAGA Republicans in Congress are proposals that would blow up the deficit.
The Biden administration is asking this as Speaker Kevin McCarthy demands President Biden come to the negotiating table over raising the debt ceiling. White House Principal Deputy Press Secretary Olivia Dalton said Congress has a constitutional obligation to pass a clean debt ceiling bill. Former Vice President Mike Pence will have to comply with the subpoena to testify. The ruling by a federal judge requires Pence to testify before a grand jury on conversations he had with former President Trump leading up to the January 6th Capitol riot. The jackpot for tonight's Mega Millions lottery drawing is up to $322 million, a lump sum cash option worth more than $174 million. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Reaction is coming in now after police body cam video was released of the Nashville officers taking down Monday's school shooter. Keith Taylor, former NYPD assistant commissioner, said it's hard to not get emotional when you watch it.
When they watch that video, their hearts are going to be thumping pretty strongly because they get a taste, a small sense of the danger and the pressure on police officers.
The video shows police quickly entering the Covenant School, shooting and killing the 28-year-old transgender former student. Taylor said, unfortunately, officers are responding to situations like this more and more often. A woman claiming to be Jerry Jones' daughter is suing the Dallas Cowboys owner for defamation. Alexandria Davis claims Jones engaged in a character assassination attack after she filed a paternity lawsuit against him last year. The lawsuit states Jones, his attorney Donald Jack Jr., and a Cowboys spokesman falsely referred to Davis as an extortionist and a shakedown artist in the public domain. Jones was ordered to take a paternity test in the case last December, but the results have not been released. The FBI is offering a $10,000 reward now for information leading to the arrest of former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan's ex-chief of staff. Roy McGrath has not been seen since earlier this month when he failed to appear in court for the start of his federal fraud trial in Baltimore. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, back at it here. Welcome in, welcome aboard if you're just joining us. Looks like we're making our way to the 29th day of March. Wow, that means 2 to go. Saturday, April 1 already. Yeah, a bit of a cool night outside the bunker. We're down to 34 currently. Yeah, I'm looking at the map. We've got frost advisories all the way down into northern Alabama tonight. Pretty much the entirety of Tennessee, northern Arkansas. A little chilly out there. And then we turn around and get that southerly flow. Things start to warm up a bit over the next couple of days. Then that sets the stage for potentially more strong storms right through the heart of the country. Copy the mail, 5-7. What's happening out there? Shorty is on board, heading back to Columbus to pick up Orlando round number 2. I-77 northbound in Troutman, North Carolina at this hour. Hello to Kojak. That was good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in last night, Kojak. Morning, Steve. Headed to South Charleston, West Virginia, and Parkersburg. Everybody stay safe out there. Daniel out west over by Laurel, Montana tonight. The wind is a-blowing, he says. 27 degrees right now. Okay. Jared, I am a loyal user of your products. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme, LX4, FR3 friction reducer. My 1,000 horsepower VP44 truck eats it up. Thank you so much for your support. Thanks for using the products. That's what keeps us here. Let's see. Ernie, are you ready for it again? It's our annual get-together. Get to see from Ernie and Dad. Guess he's talking about the weather I was sharing last hour. Steve, that's BS. You can give a better forecast than that. But anyway, we'll see you Friday. So you guys are going to be kind of, I guess, rolling in with the winds and maybe some of those storms. Country Bumpkin checking in from the hospital, Pontiac, Michigan. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Dave says I'm at the home 20 tonight, but we're listening online. Good to have you on board. Rubber Duck made it home. Another round in less than 8 hours, though. It's off to South Carolina in my legal four-wheeler so I can rescue my truck. And they want me back by 5 o'clock Friday. I guess he didn't understand I wanted to stop at the show. Guess that means you're not going to get a chance to make it in there, Rubber Duck, huh? As we say, not everyone can make it into Louisville. Well, for those who cannot, have you yet registered for our online giveaway, the Mid-America Truck Show giveaway? Go to overnightdriveradio.com. Click on contest, as we have teamed up with Bostrom Seating once again. Got the email from Mike Brunetti. He will be there today, Wednesday, setting up our seats that we'll have there on display at the booth. 2 of those seats will be given away to attendees of the show this weekend, and one final listener out there could be you. Will win a Bostrom Wide Ride Core truck seat for your rig. So, yeah, we'll have 2 of the Wide Ride black, gray, ultra leather. These are the high-profile smart seat valve, dual 16-inch armrests. Those are like an $1,800+ value. We'll have 1 of the gray Madura cloth high-profile seats with a $2,117 value. Get registered at overnightdriveradio.com. All right, I have my list of guests as we'll be starting things out there Thursday. We'll kick things off the way the schedule appears right now. First out of the box will be some folks I've never met before. Hal Brown and Shane Williams with Industrial Injection, the leader in fuel injection components and turbochargers in the diesel industry. So we'll be talking to those guys. You can view their catalog of diesel fuel injectors, fuel pumps, diesel engines and turbos online. They'll have some specials. The experts since 1985. They are Bosch certified. It's a family-owned and operated company, so Industrial Injection will kick things off. Then it's off to the women in trucking. Ellen Voy, president and CEO, going to be coming by with Jennifer Hedrick, who is the incoming, taking over Ellen's position, the incoming CEO of women in trucking. So we will have the current and the future women in trucking president there, obviously, to talk about what's going on. More women joining the industry. I actually had a story, I think, in our industry headlines. How many women actually feel safe out there doing a job that's dominated predominantly by the men historically. But the numbers of females getting behind the wheel are increasing. After which, we'll be off to Wreaths Across America. Courtney George is slated to join us this year. Of course, most of us by now are familiar with Wreaths Across America. Great organization. We'll talk about how they got things started, the ultimate goal of having a wreath placed on every headstone at Arlington Cemetery, which is now grown so exponentially to encompass thousands of cemeteries all over the country, and how much they rely on the likes of volunteers in the trucking industry, volunteering the services of trucks and trailers to transport all those wreaths. So that should be interesting. Next up, let me see here on the list here for these are Thursday's interviews. I'll be meeting for the first time. Anybody familiar with Misty Big Rig? Known as a social media influencer. Of course, her schedule, we'll be talking about what she's doing out there, what she likes to promote, races that she'll be attending, her connections with Hot Shot Secret. So Misty Big Rig. One more on the list for Thursday here. What do we have? Louis Pugh. William Louis Pugh, the Executive Vice President of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. He'll bring us up to speed, all the latest, what's happening on the legislative front in Washington, D.C. So many things that could affect you, the truck drivers out there. What are the regulations they're discussing, and regulations that could negatively affect truck drivers. Of course, undoubtedly, our topic of discussion, I'll be asking him about what's going to be coming down the pike as we anticipate here in just a few months, the unveiling of the proposal for rulemaking in regards to speed limiters on trucks. See if he knows anything new. We just had a few weeks ago all the safety groups that got together asking the FMCSA to regulate all trucks at a maximum of 60 miles per hour, which I think that would be insane. Will it be 60 or 63 or 68? We'll see what he knows there. Underride guards, another regulation being talked about on all the commercial vehicles. That and so much more. I would assume we'll probably also talk about one of the stories from this past day just coming out, which Louis reflected on, a Florida lawmaker proposing legislation that would decrease competition in the truck insurance market, potentially leading to exponentially higher premiums. Senate Bill 516, proposed by Senator Nick DeKegley, representing Florida's 18th Senate District, inadvertently, they say, would remove risk retention groups from the insurance market. Now, for small motor carriers, a common truck insurance option is joining what they call a risk retention group. These companies provide insurance coverage for things like nonprofits, hospitals, physicians, other medical professions, colleges and universities, nursing homes, contractors and home builders, in addition to small business trucking companies. Now, Florida is already one of the most expensive states for truckers to obtain truck insurance, and competition from risk retention groups keeps those rates from skyrocketing even higher, said Louis Pugh this past day. If we remove risk retention groups from that market, it would have a disastrous impact on all small business truckers in the state, whether or not they insure through a risk retention group or not. The National Risk Retention Association, which is the only organization representing risk retention groups in the country, is a staunch opposition of Senate Bill 516. They say it would have a serious negative effect on virtually all the risk retention groups currently writing commercial auto coverage in Florida and their Florida policyholders. Yeah, this legislation will most certainly have a direct damaging impact on the Florida commercial insurance market as a whole. Deem said the legislation was introduced under what he referred to as factual and legal misunderstanding of how these risk retention groups operate, which I really am not familiar, but another item, I would assume, and I'll try to bring that up with Louie. I'll put that in my stack to save up for that interview. Things, just a few of the things we'll be chatting about. And we'll share some of the other special guests we have lined up in the coming days as we roll into a Wednesday. What do you say, Captain Ron?
Good morning. What day is it? I haven't heard anything about what day it is. I guess we'll hear when Horse Feathers comes in. But I'm a little confused about that Nashville shooter. You said transgender female?
Born a female, identifying in recent, months or years, trying to identify as a male.
But then they classify her as female when they describe, the shooter dead. You know what I mean? If she transferred to male, that's what's confusing about all this.
Right. Well, technically,
transgender crap.
As we all realize, born a female, she had not gone through a changeover, a sex change operation. She technically had a vagina, so it's a female.
That's the confusing part, ain't it?
Well, would you believe that there's a whole bunch in the mainstream media, your CNNs, New York Times, that they were all bending over backwards yesterday and like apologizing for sharing on their news that it was a female. We're so sorry we misclassified him because he identified as he, him, and went by the name Alvin.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And that's what's confusing about all this stuff. But you read the story that she was a daughter of a Presbyterian pastor?
Yes. You had this school was, I guess, Covenant Presbyterian School, and her father was pastor of Covenant Presbyterian Church.
Oh,
She attended that school a number of years. I think it's back in like 2005, 6, when she was just a kid,
But now my wife read me a story this evening that they released the victims, and one of the victims was the daughter of, I'm guessing, the same Presbyterian pastor that you were talking about last night. So I don't know if there's a story wrong somewhere.
Well, you've got the 6 individuals that she killed, and she, the daughter of the pastor, she's number 7 because she was, of course, killed by police.
Well, she read me that one of the 9-year-old daughters was a daughter of a Presbyterian pastor of Covenant Church.
If that's the case, then I'm not sure about that. That may be a separate story.
See that? Yeah, that's kind of what I called about to see if you'd heard any of that. According to your story last night, the shooter was the daughter of a Presbyterian.
Correct, and that's the parents that in the news they're talking about refused to allow her to own a gun.
Right. Now that methanol, don't them sprint cars run on methanol?
I believe that's the case, because, when they say alternative fuel, I believe that is it.
I think the sprint cars run on methanol. I was thinking maybe the drag racers, but I don't think it's methanol that they run on. Because they say they're nitro. I don't know what that. I'm not a huge drag racing fan, so I don't know. But anyway, well, that was my confusion for the night. I guess I'll jump off of here and I'll be listening in. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, I'll see what I can do about trying to clarify some of that confusion. There's no guarantees, though, if you know what I mean. But yeah, the New York Times, CNN, USA Today, all the liberal media outlets eliciting scorn and outrage after they took measures to ensure they were on the record as not misgendering the transsexual who slaughtered children in Nashville. Police chief had the Nashville officers who were being described as heroes now that took her down, stopping the rampage. But in the immediate aftermath, there were kind of mixed reports and a lot of speculation about the identity and the sex of the shooter, right? Yeah, the confusion was put to bed when the Nashville police issued an update this past day, revealing the shooter had been identified as a 28-year-old Nashville woman, according to the liberal media, including CNN, the New York Times, reporting the shooter was female. But then they discovered, well, she used the he, him pronouns on her LinkedIn page. And she wrote her preferred male name on the stock of the rifle that she used to kill the innocents. So the New York Times issued an update several hours after the rampage, effectively apologizing for daring to identify the school shooter by her biological sex. The Times said there was confusion later Monday about the gender identity of the assailant in Nashville. Officials had used she and her to refer to the suspect, who, according to social media post and LinkedIn profile, appears to identify as a man or has in recent months. That update was an addendum to the article concerning the rarity of female mass shooters. Their eagerness to accommodate the mass shooter was not well received online. Some of the response, Blaze television host Lauren Chen said, quote, "Who gives a damn? She's a piece of shish kebab, murderer. Her mental illness drove her to kill children. Why the hell are you indulging it?" Right? Brittany Hughes of the Media Research Center says, I mean, sure, she murdered some children, but the real tragedy is here that no one respected her imaginary penis. Is that what you're saying? Miles Chong says, incredible. The New York Times apologizes for misgendering the mass shooter who murdered 3 kids and 3 adults because it disrespects the murderer's memory and identity. This is truly a cult. I mean, woke mind virus is in full swing here. Podcaster Noam Blum says, quote, one of the weirdest subgenres to emerge from the current online discourse is trying to apologize for misgendering a horrific criminal without making it sound like you're apologizing. CNN also worked ardently to do right by the child killer. 4:30 p.m. Monday, CNN had a report on their site entitled 28-year-old woman kills 3 students and 3 adults. Police say has been archived. The original article refers to the child killer as a woman 3 times. They're correcting that because she used male pronouns on her social media profile. It is truly insane. Worried about apologizing to, well, pretty much someone who was obviously mentally deranged, sexually confused, had parents that knew she had mental issues, refused to allow her to own it. But I guess once you get to that legal age, right? Once you're of legal age to go, and as she apparently, because there was no record of any sort of a mental illness, she had never been institutionalized, according to law enforcement. She was not on any sort of a list to be flagged as cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Therein lies, I guess, the bigger issue. All right, we'll get back to the calls just ahead here at 844-844-3388. Meanwhile, as we head toward bottom of the hour news break, while we're on the topic, as immediately after the news of the shooting breaks, the typical response from the liberal left is gun control, gun control. Even the president immediately pounces on, please give me my assault weapons ban, like this would have prevented it. Like she couldn't have used just the handgun versus the long gun. It just, their own mental illness shines through. But those liberal loonies lunging at a chance to use Monday's killings to push their gun control agenda need to start taking a second look. While they're still combing through the evidence left behind, they have confirmed to us she had a different target in mind. But there was one particular factor that turned the school into the killing ground rather than her intended target. The fact that the school was utterly defenseless. We'll explain coming up. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News update. The shooter in yesterday's mass shooting at a Nashville school was being treated for an emotional disorder. That's according to Nashville Police Chief John Drake.
Receiving help for an emotional disorder, but she had not been committed to an institution.
Drake said the transgender woman went to several stores to legally purchase her firearms. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is urging President Biden to come to the negotiating table over raising the debt ceiling. McCarthy said he's concerned that Biden is putting an already fragile economy in danger by refusing to negotiate. Crypto king Sam Bankman-Fried being accused of bribing a Chinese government official with a $40 million payment in 2021. That's back when he was CEO of FTX and after authorities had frozen several of his accounts worth more than $1 billion. He's now facing a bribery charge while he awaits trial on other charges related to the collapse of FTX. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, who sent me that? Got an email. Somebody sent me a link. I guess that's Misty Big Rig, who's on my list of interviewees. If I had to wager a guess, if the Carolina Monkey Gouger's in the house there Thursday, what do you want to wager he'll be hanging around my booth about 2:45? That's the time she's supposed to be arriving. Humana. Wow, okay. I'm not familiar, but she's a looker. I guess we'll learn more about Misty. Does some modeling and a whole lot more. Misty Big Rig, huh? Social media influencer? All right, see what's happening with who we got on board here. I think that might be Eagle. Is that Eagle?
Yeah, it's me. The computer didn't identify my name right.
Oh, it says, thanks, talk about school.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know why I put in there Texas or either Eagle. I don't know why it didn't get me right tonight. But yeah, Steve, unfortunately, we got to talk about this again tonight. You know something, Steve? I thought about something today, and this video. First of all, let's get to the video. I said the same thing to you a couple of months ago, when they showed the video of the black man in Memphis getting assaulted by those 5 cops. That video didn't need to be seen. This video here does not need to be seen, Steve. You got a video of an individual, a deranged maniac, a monster, blowing out the glass of a school,
with a gun and going into this school, crawling through the window that was smashed glass, and going from door to door, looking for somebody to shoot with a long gun in their hand. This video does not, because see, you got a punk kid somewhere in America right now, Steve, that's looking at that video and they saying to themselves, I can be there, I can do the same deal. I can be like this loser that I seen on television tonight. I'm frustrated with my life. I'm not identified as a boy, even though, I'm a boy, but I want to identify as a female. So I feel like I can take out my frustrations on people just like this loser in Nashville. That's the reason why these videos should not be shown, because this is what these people want, Steve. Like you say, don't mention these people's names. Keep it off the news. We need to keep this stuff closed. Only the video, the police officers are the heroes that gunned down and eliminated this loser and sent her straight to hell where she belongs. Because Steve, all you do is promote these type of things when they show these videos. And I'm gonna repeat myself what I said last night. It's not a matter of if we're gonna have another school shooting in America. It's just a matter of when and where. And hopefully it doesn't happen at your school or where your kid is located at. That's all you can hope for at this point, because things have gotten way, way out of control in America, Steve. When it comes to Democrats, with this woke stuff, I'm going to jump to a different subject right quick before I get back to this shooting. To show you how stupid these people are, Steve, because, see, I don't go out to the West Coast no more. I told you that a couple of years ago. I stopped going out to California, Oregon, and Washington State. Those people out there, those are some different people. They have a different mindset. Those people are on the far left. That's where people organizations, other organizations come from. I'm just going to give you an example of Portland, Oregon. Here's how stupid these people are, Steve. All over Portland, Oregon, they're shutting down stores. They're shutting down Walmarts, grocery stores, and other stores because they say that people are going into the stores stealing. Well, hey, why don't you think about this, my man? Why don't you hire some security? Why don't you hire some people to keep people from stealing? You don't lock up the store because you're too stupid to hire police to patrol the place like you're supposed to because you want to defund the police. So you think that the answer is shutting down a Walmart store, putting people out of work that was working at this Walmart. You haven't accomplished anything. All you're doing is showing us how stupid you are. And the reason why I get to this, Steve, I want you to cover this subject tonight. They got a situation going on in Texas where I live at, and I told you about this city before, and it's basically Austin, Texas. It's though slowly but surely, most of the people that have lived in Austin, Texas now have come from California, and guess what? They have defunded the police department in Austin, Texas, and now the governor of Texas is having to use Texas state troopers to patrol the streets of Austin because all of the police officers have lost their jobs or either they quit because of low morale, because they haven't been supported by the losers that live in that city. They want to have this woke deal. They say that the police they don't need the police department around. So now Austin is a crime-infested cesspool. So now the governor of Texas has to use the Texas state troopers to patrol the streets. That's how stupid these people are. But then ain't there a saying that goes around, Steve, if you go woke, you end up going broke.
That's
and
it.
That's accepted. That's definitely true. What you say?
I said that is 100% correct.
Yeah, you go woke, you go broke. This is the most stupid idiotic deal I've ever heard of in my life, Steve. When people say that we don't need police force, we don't need law enforcement on the street. Now, here's how it goes with let's get back to the school again, Steve. If you look at that situation, if they would have had a veteran like we talked about last night, somebody patrolling that school in the parking lot, that loser would have never got in. Do you realize that guy, that woman or man blew out that glass and nobody came to the attention? They took the police. They did their job, but it took them 14 minutes. But like I said, there should have been an officer on duty right there to blow the gun him down right there on the spot before he even had a chance to blow that glass out of that school window. Just like I said before, he crawled through the window and walked hallway to hallway looking for some kids to shoot. And it should have never even got into the building to begin with. So like I said before, I don't think all teachers should be armed with guns, but somebody in that school needs to have a gun to stop an intruder from getting in. And I don't care what the woke generation says. and I thank you for taking my call today.
Yeah, Pappy pretty much said the same thing last evening. I had not yet seen that video of which they released. That they did not release any sort of footage of any individuals actually being shot. Just her shooting out the windows and entering, and then video of the surveillance cameras, her walking through the hallways and whatnot. But Pappy pretty much said the same thing. If there were a security officer, had there been one in place there, armed, with the first signs of the entry, the first set of doors she blew out before going through the second set of doors, they could have been on the scene, lickety split and taken her down. Let me share an email. I think this kind of answers the question that Hillbilly was asking earlier, because I had not heard what he was asking about. One of the children was actually the children of a pastor there at the school. So simply says, I am a ruling elder in the PCA, which is Presbyterian Church in America. This is from one of our listening friends. The PCA is the Conservative Presbyterian Church. It manages Covenant College in Chattanooga and Covenant Cemetery in St. Louis, or seminary in St. Louis. Well, last summer at the General Assembly, the PCA, Presbyterian Church in America, took a stance against homosexuality, and that upset many in the LGBTQ community. Charles Scruggs IV, goes by Chad, is a PCA pastor and the senior pastor at Covenant PCA in Nashville. His 9-year-old daughter was one of those killed by the shooter. Now, the police are claiming no one individual or individuals were targeted in this incident. But what are the odds with 209 students that the daughter of a conservative senior pastor overseeing the school was killed randomly? Now, to my knowledge, he said, Miss Hale's father, the shooter's father, is not a pastor. And I'm 99% sure he's not a PCA pastor. Personally, I believe this is some kind of a sick, perverted revenge killing. We'll see how it all plays out, but okay, because everything I had seen was identifying the parents as a pastor. So I don't know, maybe there is some confusing news, or I'm a misunderstanding. But thank you so much for the clarification there. Very interesting. Yeah, so that answers your question there, Hillbilly. One of the children that was killed was apparently the daughter of the senior pastor at the Nashville PCA. Wow. Yeah, what are the odds? All right, back to the original target we mentioned. And I don't know if this is playing into their line of thinking that no individuals were targeted, because she initially wanted to hit a mall. They haven't identified which mall. But citing the manifesto found in her home, the woman had identified another spot to execute her murderous plans, but she was deterred. There was another location mentioned, but because of a threat assessment by the suspect of too much security, they decided not to. Now, this, according to Drake, WSMV TV in Nashville. Yeah, this mall, the area was here in Nashville. We're continuing with that investigation as well. But the key words there in this were too much security. The mall had it, the school did not. Now, we can't expect to hear too much from the agenda-driven establishment media, but a Twitter post by the gun rights group Gun Owners of America hit the nail on the head. The Nashville Sheriff's Office said the murderer from the shooting mentioned a different target, but based on their threat assessment, there was too much security. The anti-gunners will blame the tool, the gun. But we know the truth. gun-free zones don't work. Armed staff and teachers do, said the tweet. This is not the first evidence suggesting that the presence of armed opposition can indeed deter an individual's mentally unbalanced enough to decide to commit mass murder in the first place. The manifesto written by Peyton Gendron, the accused killer in Buffalo, New York supermarket attack last year, made it perfectly clear that he was relying on New York's strict gun laws to guarantee his intended victims would not be armed. Similar situation, 2012, the shooting at the theater there in Aurora, Colorado. Remember that? I remember well. Covered it at the time. The Batman movie screening, The Dark Knight Rises. The gunman that attacked the audience there during that showing. There were 7 theaters close to that gunman's home that were showing the movie. But the one that he selected was not the closest one, but it was the only one that had a policy forbidding patrons from carrying concealed weapons. There's good reason, obviously, that the kind of murderous individuals who make up the mass shooter cohort would choose a gun-free mall or supermarket or school to find their victims. That's because the hunting grounds looking for their prey can't shoot back. All right, very sad, but get a quick time out and back to your calls. We'll maybe shift gears, move on to other things, unless you have more that you want to discuss along that line. But yeah, kind of a sad day. Oh, and who was that? Ernie said, "Hey, Steve, you said something about a beer tasting booth there in Louisville. I want to hit that one first. Where's that at?" Go figure, Ernie. All right, let me see here. I did mention they've got the Thursday opening reception. That will be some live music there. J.D. Shelburne live on stage. J.D.'s appeared on country music television. He's performed My Old Kentucky Home at the Kentucky Derby. And he'll be performing there at the opening reception Thursday evening there, 6 o'clock in the South Lobby. Craft beer tasting, it says. Kentucky might be known for bourbon, but Louisville has a booming brewery scene. Explore Louisville's local beer scene with tastings from 5 of Louisville's most recognizable breweries. Activity tickets are available from the OOIDA booth, number 11128, and Triumph booth, 69132. That is the same, identical for the bourbon tasting. Guest at the opening reception there Thursday evening, transported to the heart of Kentucky with a bourbon tasting experience. Sip and savor the smooth, rich flavors of Rabbit Hole and Old Forester Distilleries, some of their finest bourbons. Again, you got to get tickets for those at the OOID booth or the Triumph booth. I guess something known as the bourbon bottle dipping. Dive into the world of Evan Williams and dip your own bottle in wax to create a one-of-a-kind souvenir. Again, activity tickets for that available at the same locations, OOIDA booth and the Triumph booth. Of course, that evening, as the case was last year, the first inductions into the Mid-America Truck Show Wall of Fame, which there were several dozen last year. It'll be 4, just a mere 4 this year. The 2023 Mid-America Truck Show Wall of Fame. Celebrate the achievements of your peers and those who've made a significant impact on the trucking industry. And our event reception there Thursday evening, proudly sponsored by our generous sponsors, providing you with a complimentary beer to enjoy. Cheers to a night of great company, good drinks, and the best industry in the USA. And this year, this is actually OOIDA's 50th year. Yeah, last year was the Mid-America Truck Show, 50th anniversary, 51 this year. But you can help OOIDA honor their 50-year milestone, sharing your stories and memories from the past 50 years. We invite all attendees, bring photos or take one in the photo booth when you arrive to share with your friends and colleagues there. 50th anniversary of OOIDA. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hi, we jump back into it here. Let's get to the rubber duck. So you're actually headed over to rescue your truck, huh?
Well, in the morning when the Enterprise opens, they're going to get me an economy car to take down. Boy, that just sounds like so much fun compared to the Challenger I brought home. We're barking right now. Me and him are fighting over right down pay. He thinks that I should have just drove home 12 hours for nothing and got back down for 12 hours for nothing. And I'm kind of putting my foot down. I haven't had a raise in 4 years and just kind of give up. But the police officer down there, Michael, you haven't watched that yet, you said?
I did see the body cam video that they released. I did see that this evening.
The second officer that they showed, Michael, is the nephew of one of my great friends that I've known for 25 years. We'll just call him Kung Fu on the radio. A lot of people might know him. He has a Harley-looking car hauler right now, orange and black, but he's been around for a while. And you can slow that video down, watch it a second time. You can definitely tell that's the same people that had to deal with the Waffle House shooting. They had to deal with the bomb down there.
Really?
Well, yeah, there were all the special units from Nashville.
Okay.
That's all David. That's all Metro Nashville PD. That's not a. Was the strange thing about there was a few cities inside of Davidson County that had their own police force, but they were the richer cities like Brentwood, and there's a little town just below where that school's located
that's not even 3 miles square that has 5 or 6 police officers.
You know what was
But-
what I found really interesting in the body cam footage that they released is, unlike the horrific situation that unfolded there in Texas when law enforcement arrived and they waited and waited and waited, as soon as there were 3 officers that got together, I mean, I think there were 2 ready to go in.
He was pissed. He was getting pissed. He couldn't get a third. The first officer that was at the door that got the keys, he was calling for 3. Yeah, he was calling for 3, and he was not. He was waiting, and he got the second officer, but there was a little bit of a delay. Maybe there was some confusion of officers being able to hear him because the sirens are going on, but there might have been a few officers in those footage of those. They might want to look at their facial expressions and see.
As soon as they got the number 3, though, they immediately went in. I guess that's a tactical thing. You need 3 because in a search mode, you cannot bypass any door without going in searching that particular room, and 1 needs to be outside to make sure those that go in a room don't get ambushed, is the way I heard it explained. But yeah, hold that thought, though, because we hit our news break top of the hour on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Powder Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The shooter in yesterday's mass shooting at a Nashville school was being treated for an emotional disorder. That's according to Nashville Police Chief John Drake.
Receiving help for an emotional disorder, but she had not been committed to an institution.
Drake said the transgender Nashville woman went to several stores to legally purchase her firearms. She killed 3 children and 3 adults at the Covenant School before being killed by police. President Biden kicked off what he's calling a 3-week Investing in America tour today in North Carolina. Biden telling a crowd at a semiconductor plant that legislation he championed has helped boost American manufacturing. Just last year, the Wolfspeed Semiconductor Factory announced plans to create 1,800 jobs as part of a $5 billion investment. It's not likely the Manhattan grand jury investigating former President Trump and a hush money payment will vote on filing charges this week. District Attorney Alvin Bragg is not expected to convene the jury again until Thursday, and that's when other matters are going to be discussed. More than 36 migrants were killed in a fire at an immigration detention center on Mexico's northern border. Immigration facilities in Juarez, just across the border from El Paso, Texas, are full of migrants waiting for opportunities to cross the border or who have requested asylum in the U.S. The chair of Florida's Democratic Party is filing another ethics complaint against Governor Ron DeSantis.
This governor has been flying around our state and our country, violating ethics rules and policies all the time, from the usage of the state plane and state resources, and it's time to start holding him accountable.
It's the second complaint Nikki Fried has filed in as many weeks. This complaint accused DeSantis of accepting gifts from his political committee. DeSantis' office dismissed Fried's complaint as politically motivated. And stocks ended the day modestly lower as Treasury yields climb. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Former Vice President Mike Pence will have to testify before a grand jury about conversations he had with then-President Trump leading up to the January 6th Capitol riot. A federal judge ruled today that Pence must appear, but said he can still decline to answer questions related to his own actions on January 6th while serving as president of the Senate for certification of the 2020 presidential election. Pence can also still appeal today's ruling. Clean energy in your home makes for better tax credits on this year's returns.
When filing taxes for the year 2022, there are better tax credits available tied to the Inflation Reduction Act. IRS spokesperson Eric Smith says making certain clean energy efficient changes in the home can result in an improved credit compared to prior years.
If you're putting in solar water heaters, wind energy, those kinds of alternative energy property, there's a credit, normally 30% of what you spend.
There's also tax credits for the purchasing of electric vehicles. I'm Skip Kelly.
2 bids to purchase the Washington Commanders football team have been submitted. The first from the Josh Harris Mitchell Rails Group, which includes Magic Johnson. The second from Canadian billionaire Steve Apostolopoulos. Both bids are fully financed for $6 billion. If either is accepted, it would break the previous record for an NFL franchise of $4.65 billion paid last year for the Denver Broncos by Walmart heir Rob Walton. 3/4 of the NFL owners would need to approve the sale. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
green flag is about to wave in the Bluegrass State. That's because a leader in trailers is the kingpin for a pole of his very own. Headed to the truck show this weekend? Why not stay for some NTPA championship pulling action Saturday night? From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Coming to the Kentucky Expo Center's historic Freedom Hall on Saturday, April 1st, the Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals. Action is set to begin at 5 p.m. with 4 Grand National divisions packed into one single session. Ticket sales opened on Monday to the general public after weeks of exclusive access for NTPA fans. If you haven't secured your seat, do so right away, as sales in this final week before the poll are expected to be brisk. You can also view the proceedings live at ntpa.tv. Coverage of opening ceremonies is planned to begin just before 5 p.m. Saturday, or catch the whole broadcast at a time convenient to you at ntpa.tv. Located in Louisville, Kentucky, the Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals will run concurrently with the final day of the 2023 Mid-American Trucking Show. In Hydro Superstock Open, Josh Blackburn from Shoalsburg, Wisconsin, and Considered Armed and Dangerous HD. Terry Blackburn from Shoalsburg, Wisconsin, and Extremely Armed and Dangerous. Jeff Hurt from Port Clinton, Ohio, and Runnin' Bear. Brandon Hunt from Oak Grove, Kentucky, and Livin' a Dream. Brent Payne from Hamilton, Ohio, and Get a Load of That. Kent Payne from Petersburg, Indiana, and Super Rooster. Colin Ross from Waynesburg, Pennsylvania, and Triple Bypass. And John Strickland from Clinton, North Carolina, and Get a Load of That too. In Custom Hoist Modified Mini, Adam Bauer from Peyton, Iowa, and Iron Toy. Brett Berg from Farmington, Minnesota, and North American Trailer. Dylan Bunnage from Ellery, Illinois, and Phoenix. Haley Carrender from Newcastle, Indiana, and Hurricane Haley. C.J. Grassick from Litchfield, Kentucky, and Pile Driver. Jeff Hurt from Port Clinton, Ohio, and Baby Bear. Adam Kester from Wadesville, Indiana, and Kester Racing. Jordan Nelson from Farley, Iowa, and Loudon Mini. Chase Richardson from Litchfield, Kentucky, and Vibrator. Grayson Shelton from New London, North Carolina, and Sawed Off. Bruce Slaw from Zeeland, Michigan, and Show No Mercy Quarter Scale. Tyler Slaw from Zeeland, Michigan, and Have No Mercy. Grant Theobald from Shelbyville, Indiana, and Little Wicked. And Ken Vini from Wadsworth, Ohio, and Funny Little Farmall. In Keith Manufacturing Pro Stock, Tim Kane from New Palestine, Indiana, and the Red Gambler. Mike Connie from Beloit, Ohio, and Mac Nasty. Carlton Cope from Salem, Ohio, and Warpath. Daryl Foles from Grandview, Indiana, and Don Masterson's Ticker Toy. Jack Mays from Amity, Missouri, and Billet Binder. Kevin Masterson from Grandview, Indiana, and River Rats. Julia Ray from Beloit, Ohio, and Mac Daddy. Danny Schmucker from Louisville, Ohio, and Rampage. Kevin Schmucker from Louisville, Ohio, and Get It Done Deer. Brandon Simon from Farley, Iowa, with both Loud and Heavy and Loud and Heavy X. And Justin Wagler from Morgantown, Indiana, and Real Deer. And in Love's Travel Center Super Semi, Ryan DeBrew from New Franklin, Wisconsin, and Playing with Fire. Pat Island from Hampton, Minnesota, and Just Passing Through in Class. Tom Island from Hampton, Minnesota, and Keep On Truckin'. TJ Lake from Cheyenne, Wyoming, and Rat Race. Jeff Launtonen from Jefferson, Ohio, and Moody Blue. Spencer Rook from Jeromesville, Ohio, and Hillbilly Deluxe. Fred Sanders from Ravenna, Ohio, and Silver Bullet 2. And Chris Wood from Shreve, Ohio, and Class Act. That's Saturday, April 1st in Louisville, Kentucky. The Mack Trailer Winter Nationals. Details now and results later at ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All righty, thank you much, Mr. Dunlap. Counting it down here. Here we are, the Wednesday show about to begin. It's Saturday evening, 5 o'clock officially. That's the time. All right, good morning to Mr. Kelly. Not per se in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center. Good morning from the TNC Radio.live studios in the Airport Homewood Suites, Louisville, Kentucky. Yeah, we'll be broadcasting live from Louisville Wednesday evening prior to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. While our exact broadcast location is in a bit of flux, we will be live starting at 7 p.m. Eastern then. Look for us during the show at the IBI booth number 69077. 69077. But most importantly, Tom's been pushing his plan on attending the truckersfinalmile.org TFC Global event Friday, 2 o'clock in the West Hall. Number 1, Yeah, Friday, 2 p.m. Taylor Barker will be performing. Tom will be the MC. Several other special guests will be there as well. Did you know that Robert Palm and the truckersfinalmile.org brought home 100 drivers last year? Drivers who had either passed away or been seriously injured while on the road. Now, at an average of over $3,000 per driver, it took a lot of money to do that work. Simple math. Well, it's time to come alongside Robert, TFC Global, and the whole team, and make sure that a valid request is never turned away. Yeah, we're already taking pledges for this event. If you'd like to go to tncradio.live, the webpage, fill out your pledge card right now. The application will be popping up all over the event over the next few days. I've been told at best we might raise a few $1,000s. Tom says, I believe we can raise $100,000 in the next few days. But can you think of a more worthy cause, a more worthy donation? There you go. So there you go. Truckersfinalmile.org, TFC Global event, 2 o'clock Friday afternoon. There in the West Hall number 1 in Louisville. All right, back to Rubber Duck there. We were talking about the officers going in. Not really. It didn't appear like they wasted much time, but they sure didn't wait 15, 20 minutes to go in.
No. And they were on point. They were meticulous. And like I said, unfortunately, they've had enough practice down there. Besides the regular training, I think our local sheriffs were just doing their regular training shooting day today, but I heard them at 7 o'clock in the morning. As we're sitting there watching the squirrels and the birds, I can hear them shooting it's about 3 blocks from us here. But so let's get on a more positive note. Do we still have a Joe's Crab Shack rendezvous when we're in Louisville, or has that one closed up like pretty much every other one I see?
I honestly don't know. I never made it to a Joe's Crab Shack rendezvous.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that was where the big show guys, after they got their elbows all tired from polishing and everything, that's where they kind of went and tried to lift some weights to get their elbows back into shape so they could go polish some more.
Right. Okay.
But so I'll have to look. But somebody's trying to put a stamper on this.
I did a quick search for Joe's Crab Shack Louisville. Looks like it pops up here is 131 West River Road in Louisville. So they're still there.
That'd be the same one then.
They're still there, yeah.
10 years ago, this young lady that's in there laying asleep right now was a rookie driver for a big company, and she had a load going down through there, and she had some friends that had been drivers that got her into the business that got her to stop at Louisville, and she went to the show, and she got to the Gretchen Wilson concert, and she got this really pretty red, white, and blue flamed white Peterbilt hat. And she after she met me, she determined she was never going to let me get that hat. I'll post a picture of that hat in the morning because a car hauler does not need to have white stuff.
Right.
It just doesn't work. But we had set it up for Louisville to be where we were going to get married. By another radio host that's an ordained minister that was on satellite radio and everything. He's still on, I think. I don't know. I don't have satellite. I think he moved down to Mississippi, so you know what I'm talking about. We still want to do that. We still got to get married. We haven't done that yet. We just kind of did the common law thing, I guess, and I do need to make a decent woman out of this lady because she's awesome. And I wish her health had not failed her. I wish she could still drive because she was safe. She was a good driver. And even when I took her from just being a general freight hauler and put her in a car hauler with the cars over top of her head and everything, she adapted really quick. And things happen for a reason. I know why we're here. We're here to raise the grandkids. I don't think that's why she got hurt, but you know, God makes everything happen for a reason. But we were all supposed to try to come down for Louisville, so this is where this really stinks. I've got to bonsai down, get mine, load up, run it legal, get back, try to see you guys, or blow all y'all off, be back up here by 5 o'clock, and then turn around and drive right back to Louisville on Saturday. Man, that's not fun.
It's a lot of extra effort.
I think I'm gonna put the brakes in Louisville and just do it all by myself. But anyway, it's late in the evening, and what day is it?
Well, let's see here. I don't know, what day is it? Hey, Mike, what do you think? Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I thought Jeff was going to take care of it for me. All right. Oh, so much for that, Rubber Duck. Anyways, well, hey, while we're here, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Well, we're about halfway through the show. Yeah, hey, happy hump day.
Yeah, well, we haven't even gotten to the West Coast yet, so we're still doing good. But,
That's true.
But one day to Truck Show Day. How about it? But there's something you don't see every day. It's Costco warehouse store trailer being pulled by a Swift truck. Huh. Didn't know they farmed out their trailers to independent independent hauling companies. I thought they were still, every time I see them, they're always hooked to a Costco truck. I've never, different. I did get passed when I was in a 55 zone by a Swift truck. Nah, I shouldn't be picking on people. I shouldn't be picking on other truck companies like that. Not that they're speeding or anything. Anyways, hey, I sent you in your email, I sent you a link to my donation page. I've been passing around, so I imagine most everybody's seen it by now. But anyways, you were talking about this internet mega something or another. I think her name was Misty.
Yeah, Misty Big Rig.
Yeah. Do you think there's any way you could pass my information along to her? Maybe she could help me with donation collection or something, or be interested, or maybe she'd even be interested in coming to the Make-A-Wish Mother's Day truck convoy there up there in Manheim, Pennsylvania, at the world's largest auto auction. We'll get this in for Rubber Duck. The world's largest auto auction, Manheim, Pennsylvania. Wow, Manheim Auto Auction. What a spectacular place. So anyways, I know Rubber Duck's been there a few times too. But anyways, but got the fire truck this year, and we're working on having that there. I'm hoping all goes well, and she could pose with the fire truck, and there's a lot of things have always happened with fire apparatus. Sometimes there's events at firehouses, and sometimes there's some extracurricular activity that sometimes happens in the hose bed. Oh, well, now we should leave that to what happens in the firehouse stays in the firehouse. Oh, but anyways, where should we go from there? These are hard thing to do. Hey, here's one thing for you. Before I walked out the door this morning, the wife had the news on there. I guess it was last night. And the Tonight Show. You remember the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson? How great a show it was, and always had an opening monologue that was, funny.
Mm-hmm.
You remember what funny is, Your Honor?
Right.
Because funny doesn't seem to be in any of the monologues of these, late night TV shows. But you know what? Two 2/3 of this monologue, probably. Do you know what it revolved around? Do you know what its subject was that it revolved around?
Something political.
Donald Trump.
There you go.
The man hasn't been in president for the last 2 years. Isn't it time to move on to something new? I mean, I tell you what, if it wasn't for Donald Trump, these late night shows, they'd have no content whatsoever. I mean, they absolutely have nothing else to say. It's unbelievable. But anyways, yeah. So did you catch in? Speaking of that type of thing, did you catch in your news last night about the mishap that our fearless leader had there, saying something about our country being soulless or something like that? He was trying to make a comment and he misspoke, and they actually had it on your news clip last night there about our country not having a soul or something of that nature. I forget exactly the words he used to say it, but that's kind of my overview of what he said. But anyway, so it's kind of interesting with that. And you know what we're doing. What day is it? Did you realize your opening day down there in Louisville is actually opening day for
the Reds?
Major League Baseball?
Oh, not for the Reds. Reds
Yeah.
opening day is Friday, I think. I do believe Friday. Does that sound right? Yeah.
Yeah, we got the Orioles playing the Red Sox in Boston on Thursday. Are they going to have the snowblowers out there in Beantown to be able? Are they actually going to be able to see the green monster through the blizzard, or how's that going to work out there for them, Your Honor?
You know, it doesn't sound like opening day in Cincinnati is going to look very good based on, because, Cincinnati just, about 100 miles down the road from Louisville, and the forecast is not boding well Friday for opening day.
Yeah. So here's a little thing. Now, I don't know. There's probably not a lot of Yankee fans out there that listen to your show, but I've always been, and it's a long, hard thing. I mean, my father there, he was a Dodgers fan, but he wasn't that one from the West Coast. He kind of had to, when they went out there and to the West Coast, he had to kind of go with them. But he was a Brooklyn Dodgers fan, so of course, to put an irk in my father's chain there, I became a Yankees fan back in the early 70s, and so anyways, it ends up down here. One of the people that I'm involved with this firefighting stuff now, his granddaughter is dating one of the catchers for a Yankees AAA team, and they're going to be playing up in Scranton here. So maybe if they get back down Maryland way or something like that with that AAA team, maybe I'll get to go over there and see a AAA game and get the grandson to get out there and meet this up and coming catcher, and hopefully he'll be something to develop and maybe actually wear the pinstripes there up there in the Big Apple. It'd be pretty cool to see somebody start their career here and watch to see how far they can get, But anyways, and I did want to say a lot thanks there to Tom Kelly, for working with that final mile. For all the charities out there, I can attest to how hard it is to try to raise funds to help support these charities and the things we do out here to try to do that. So, you got Tom doing the final mile, and you're talking about the opening night, and I believe there's an auction there Thursday night there when everybody's drinking their beer and sipping their bourbon. Isn't there an auction there for St. Christopher
St. Christopher Fund? Yeah, they got the silent auction thing. Yep, just like they had that last year as well. Yep.
So there's a lot out there, and I give a lot of credit to a lot of people that go through the hard work and everything they do to try to raise funds to make life a little better for somebody else. It's a little easier and especially with this final mile deal, to take the stress off of a lot of families and the hardships that they have at the time. And there's another one out there I kind of always liked and don't hear a lot about. I think that Operation Roger's still out there, and that was the transporting of pets. The drivers would actually take pets in the cabs with them and move them all across the country. So if Operation Roger's still going on, it'd be nice to know about that. I don't know if the other thing that people were doing there was somebody who was collecting the cat scale cards, It was cat cards for kids, and they were trying to collect them and distribute them out at hospitals, and there was another group out there that collected hats, and we're looking for trucker hats, and so I don't know if that's still going on or not, but this just so much that everybody does out there to try to help out in our industry, and it's amazing the groups that are out there, and just trying to do that little bit. And hey, I got a way we can help the people down there in Mississippi and Georgia and Alabama and all that had the problem with the tornadoes.
Yeah.
I found a place we could get some funds. Can we take the funds that are going to Ukraine and actually keep them in our country and actually help our people? Would that work?
Hey, that's an idea. You think? Yeah, I don't think they'd. I think we could cover them for a whole lot less than $100 billion. All right, we're a couple minutes from news break. I pulled up from the National Weather Service office, Louisville. Because forecasts tend to change, but rain is in the forecast for Friday. They tweeted out a few hours ago. Yeah, clouds clearing tonight. Temperatures dropping into the upper 20s, lower 30s. So widespread frost early Wednesday. Then mainly dry through Thursday, first day of the show. But strong storm system brings rain, storms, and winds Friday into Saturday. And this latest forecast makes it looks like the temperatures aren't really going to plummet Friday night into Saturday morning like they were saying a few days ago. Dropping into like 51 Friday night, Saturday morning, not really warm, about 55 for the high, then down into the close to freezing Saturday night. But yeah, it looks like the monkey wrench in the mix for Friday as far as Mother Nature's concerned. I've had conversations many times over the years with Toby Young, who will be interviewing there as well on Thursday. And he oftentimes he said, Steve, I say, what a beautiful sunny day. Yeah, attendance should be great. And he would say, well, oftentimes if you have especially if you have a beautiful sunny on a Saturday, this time of year people want to get out. And they'll get out and go to the park or go somewhere else. He said if it was kind of a cloudy or rainy day, that tends to bring people that want to come do things indoors. So it's kind of like a two-edged sword. People may flock in for the indoor portions of the show if it's a rainy day. So that may be the case on Friday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News update. It's not likely the Manhattan grand jury investigating former President Trump will vote on filing charges this week. District Attorney Alvin Bragg is not expected to convene the jury again until Thursday, when other matters are going to be addressed. President Biden kicked off a 3-week Investing in America tour in North Carolina today. He told a crowd at a semiconductor plant that legislation he championed has helped boost American manufacturing.
We're making chips that go into electric vehicles, powered by batteries and critical minerals that you're making here in North Carolina. We're making electric vehicles here in North Carolina.
Biden also took an opportunity to accuse Republicans of wanting to repeal the investments his administration has made. NFL owners approving new rules for the upcoming season. Under those new rules, players will be able to wear the number 0 on their jerseys. Another will allow replay officials to review failed fourth down attempts. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There you go, do that. Here come a hump day. Hey, Mike, we finally got around to it. What's going on, Pappy?
What's up, Steve?
Is this a working night or is this rolling up the smokes night?
Rolling up the smokes night. Got the tray sitting next to me, sir. Man, Steve, last night I refrained from making any comments on how the media was going to react. What you said earlier about how they needed to apologize.
For referring to her as a her.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, that just shows you what we're up against here. It's worse than that. Steve Bongino talked a little bit about some of the Twitter comments, the responses on some Twitter accounts, that what people were saying, trying to justify the actions of this deranged, homicidal, suicidal, evil person. And at the same time, we said last night how Joe Biden was on the air talking about getting our gun legislation ban passed, which in effect would take our ability, our rights to defend ourselves
and our families, our loved ones, against evil. They don't want us to be able to defend ourselves. Steve, they went on to, and this is the media too. They were showing some clips of what the media was saying today, blaming the Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
I just sent you a couple emails, or one email with some attachments on there. Flat out blaming the Republicans for banning what the media and the LGBTQ, whatever it is, community talking about banning books in schools. They ain't got no problem on banning the Bible, but when Tennessee says, and Florida, no, we're not going to have porn in our elementary schools, they banned it. Well, they didn't like that, Steve. They didn't like Tennessee doing that. They didn't like Tennessee making it illegal to perform surgeries on anyone under the age of 18 to have a hysterectomy or cut off some boy's junk, right? So they banned that.
Yep.
They banned drag shows.
In front of kids. Yep. In public or in front of kids.
Steve, I have seen these videos. I have seen interviews with adults that have had these surgeries when they were teens. I have seen these books. They're talking about banning, right? Steve, who would want some transgender drag show shaking his junk in front of 8-year-old kids? Who would want that? Who would want that to happen?
Sadly, there are parents, apparently, I don't know what percentage, but there are parents that applaud it.
Unbelievable. Steve, this is what we're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who would think it's okay to let a 14-year-old female who thinks they identify as a male at the age of 14, what doctor would go in there and perform a hysterectomy on this child? And it's being done? Supposedly there's a lot of money involved in this, Steve. See, this just absolutely boggles my mind. Well, whatever happened to the movie ratings, man, right? G, PG, PG-17, R,
yep.
X, triple X. What's the point in them, Steve? Why did we have R ratings back in the 70s and 80s and 90s and 2000s even?
Under 18, not permitted without the consent of an adult.
Yes, sir, on a rated R movie. PG-17, no one under the age of 17. PG was parental guidance suggested.
Yep.
Steve, I snuck in because I was probably 16, I think, or 15. What year did Blazing Saddles come out, Steve?
I don't remember. You snuck into that, though?
Me and my buddy Troy had no idea. We just seen it, thought it was an R movie, had no idea what it was about. Snuck into that daggone movie. Steve, I never laughed so hard in all my life. There was no nudity in that movie. There was no real sexually explicit stuff. It was all just basic language that was being used, is why that was rated R. And to think that we would allow what these people want in these schools just blows most Americans' minds. And when we, the American people, try to stand up to it, right? They want to label us as being transphobe or whatever you call it, right? They want to ban us, attack us for not being woke and following their little.
Well,
See,
they wanted to sick the FBI on parents protesting critical race theory in the schools.
Steve, when you really sit back and look at what's going on, look at the big picture. Let's take it out to 30,000 feet here. This is an attack on our country and the world, on civilization, man. Think about it. The destruction of the family, right? When you got kids that no longer turn to their parents because they're being brainwashed that their parents, right? The old fogies, they don't understand you. They turn to who? The government. When they start thinking the government can take care of them and will provide all their needs in life, that's what we're raising here. And one way to separate these kids and to brainwash them is to do the things that they are not trying to do, that they are doing. It's just pure madness. Then there was a lady on Fox that said having kids walk around in a school with armed guards, armed police officers, that's going to be more damaging, right? More traumatizing to these kids than having these so-called books in school. And I'm thinking to myself, man, this lady's whacked out, Steve. I mean, these people really believe this.
Right.
These are evil people, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this person killed 3 kids and 3 adults, and there's others out there trying to justify this. There's no justification for this, Steve. To walk up and stick a rifle in a girl's face, a little 9-year-old girl's face, and pull the trigger. Well, if you Republicans wouldn't have been trying to ban some of the things that we want in school, that wouldn't have pushed her over the edge.
Well, isn't that the same media narrative we heard in the Summer of Love when the cities were burning and buildings were being robbed and looted, that there is a just cause for these protests?
See, one thing we don't hear about, I've seen a couple of interviews, that the amount of death threats that conservatives receive. I'm sure there's some on the left that get them too. Don't get me wrong here. But when we see the violence in the streets, we've seen what's been going on these last, how many years now? Almost 10 years, going back to Obama. These riots in the streets.
Right.
I would say Antifa, right? Black Lives Matter group, burning down cities. Are they left-leaning or right-leaning? All done by design, though, Steve. And it's happening all over the country, all over the world, not just this country. Look around the world. It's happening in France. It's happening in Israel. People are starting to get fed up, Steve.
Right.
And
So what's
you know,
along the line? I wanted to kind of question. The first hour, I brought up the scenario, the narrative that the parents apparently say that yes, the daughter, they know she had mental issues, emotional issues, refused to allow her to possess a firearm, and at what point are they going to try to blame the parents for not putting her on some sort of a list to not be able to legally purchase a gun, or should they have done that, or what do you think?
they're going to blame everybody but that girl, Steve. You know, I wasn't in the household with this kid, so I don't know how she was acting. But I know one thing's a fact, Steve, that they put out a text message that this evil person sent out just prior to what this evil act she committed. I don't want to hear about her mental disorder, Steve. Okay? She flat out let evil take control of her soul. She put out some messages pretty much saying that I'm going to die today.
She did.
And it's probably going to be on the news.
After.
You know?
Yep.
And nobody said anything, Steve.
I think she had a former basketball teammate or something that she said, so basically that post I made on here about you, that was basically a suicide note. I'm planning to die today. You'll probably hear about me on the news after I die. Now, that message, they say, was via Instagram a little before 10 a.m. Now, she went into school, at like 10:10? So just before committing the crime. But, yeah, she said, my family doesn't know what I'm about to do. One day, this will make more sense. I've left more than enough evidence behind, but something bad is about to happen. That was what she said.
Steve, I got a phone call the other night to call the comm center. And supervisor wanted to talk to me. They received a phone call from a lady up in Dayton that was receiving text messages from her son somewhere down here in Cincinnati, saying he was going to kill himself. Sending text messages saying goodbye to all of the family members, that I got my gun and I'm going to kill myself. He wasn't threatening anybody else, but he was just saying he's going to kill himself. So the comm center was asking me for permission to ping his phone, trying to find out where he was at. Maybe try to get him some help. If she sent these messages out literally just a few minutes before she went in there, it was probably too late to do anything about it. But the point here is, if you receive a message like that from somebody, it's obvious where she's saying in there that it sounds like something bad is about going to happen, and not just to her.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
You need to get on the phone and call the police, because they may be able to stop what's about to happen. They ping her phone, it's still on. And she's heading to a school.
Maybe pulling into the parking lot or something, yeah.
Get on the radio and say, hey, listen, put a bolo out. You're talking about this manifesto that she left out. The regular media is saying it shouldn't be released. I agree with, there was a gentleman, I don't know which show he was on now, I can't remember. I think it might have been Laura Ingraham, was saying, no, it needs to be released. When you got people making statements and talking the way they are, these are indicators, right? So if you hear a family member or a friend or an acquaintance making certain types of statements, these are indicators where, hey, maybe I better tell somebody. Maybe this guy needs to be looked at. It's a little bit different than a red flag law. We've talked about them. You know, I'm not just obviously in for neighbor calls up and says, hey, my neighbor's a nut. you know,
right.
He's always making these crazy statements, and, you know, they automatically just say, your neighbor's saying you're a nut. You're not allowed to have a firearm. But if there's evidence, Steve, you know, that somebody is mentally disturbed, about to get his soul to the devil, you know, I think, you know, we need to try to step in. It's just a hard thing to do, you know. It's how do you stop someone? You know, that's determined. I mean, who was it? Rand Paul had a family member that was stabbed walking outside a restaurant in D.C. Did you hear about that?
It was a staffer, I think it was, not a family member, but a staffer. Yeah, and the individual that stabbed them less than 24 hours ago got out of prison, serving 12 years. I said that was a vendetta. Somebody waited till they got out and immediately went out there and tried to kill this person.
It would maybe appear that way, but they have no connection to him that I'm aware of.
Really? I haven't seen where they did present it, but who gets out of prison after 12 years and just, you know, randomly goes and attacks, you know, like the staffer for a congressman?
Interesting. Here we go again. Somebody gets out early, and it probably shouldn't have been released. And here we go back to that argument again, Steve. When you see the amount of history behind these people that are committing these crimes, and they don't keep them locked up, right? And they get out and commit more crimes. One thing I'll just say real quick, and I'll get off of here. Eagle made the comment about why don't these businesses like out in Portland and stuff, why don't they hire police officers and stand guard to protect these crimes from being, these shopliftings from happening? It's because the mayors and the city, Steve, have decriminalized shoplifting. What is it in California? If it doesn't equal $1,000 in loss, don't even call the police. So what good is an armed security guard going to do? He tries to stop somebody from shoplifting, gets in a use of force, ends up shooting somebody. They're going to fry that security guard for trying to stop somebody for a minor little infraction.
They only had $500 worth of merchandise. That was not a crime.
Who's going to want to take that job?
Right.
That's why we're having problems in this country on getting people to want to be police officers. There was a survey put out, Steve, they're talking about patriotism is down, was up like 78% back in 1998, I think the survey was. It's down to 28% now. Who's going to want to join the military now, Steve? If patriotism is down to 28%, you don't have a whole lot of people standing in line to go serve their country. There was another thing. There was all these stats put up, and it showed the percentage. Everything's down. The only thing is up is everybody's putting money, wealth, above everything else. Above having kids, above family, above having a job even. Their main priority is money.
Wow.
And when you lose the ability to have anybody to have an interest in their neighbors, in their communities, to want to serve their communities, all that, when all that goes away, Steve, what are you left with? When all you got is a bunch of people out there that worship the almighty dollar than anything else. Like most of these people in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
What do you end up with?
And the old
You end up with a country that we got right now.
Yeah, the old quote wasn't money is the root of all evil. It was the love of money.
Yes, sir.
Is the
Yeah. All right. I took enough of your time. Hey, y'all be safe heading down there. Everybody have a good time at the show. I'm not going to be able to make it. I wish I could. Hunker down on Friday. Weather the storm. You'll be inside, right? So, but listen, everybody have a great time. I'll be listening. I'll be listening to the podcast at night. If I'm up early enough, maybe I'll try to catch the live show, but I'm looking forward to it. So everybody be safe.
Okay, and I got my presentation ready here, and I'm trying to look through. Where the heck is it? Chris Gabrelchik. Are they Friday, maybe? Yeah, Friday. Friday at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 2 to 3, we'll have Chris and Sarah.
Roger that. Will that be Thursday night, or will that actually be Friday night?
That'll be. Well, we're going to be live now on Facebook on the Hot Shot Secret page and the Overnight Drive page. But that will
probably actually be the Friday night show.
Correct. That will be Friday night.
Yeah.
That's our Friday 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All right.
All right. Roger that. I'll be listening.
Thanks, Pappy. All right. Looks like we lost the Carolina Monkey Gouger. I hadn't heard from him, and I was going to get the full report, whether he's going to be there in Louisville, if he's on the way, or what the hell he's got going on. 5-7, got you coming up, Danny, and others ahead.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden kicked off a 3-week Investing in America tour in North Carolina today. Biden telling a crowd at a semiconductor plant that legislation he's championed has helped boost American manufacturing.
We're making chips that go into electric vehicles, powered by batteries and critical minerals that you're making here in North Carolina. We're making electric vehicles here in North Carolina.
Biden also took an opportunity to accuse Republicans of wanting to repeal the investments his administration has made in infrastructure and domestic manufacturing. It's not likely the Manhattan grand jury investigating former President Trump will vote on filing charges this week. District Attorney Alvin Bragg is not expected to convene the jury again until Thursday, when other matters are going to be addressed. However, that schedule could change. Former Vice President Mike Pence will have to testify before a grand jury about conversations he had with then-President Trump leading up to the January 6th Capitol riot. A federal judge ruled today that Pence must appear, but said he can still decline to answer questions related to his own actions on January 6th while serving as president of the Senate for certification of the 2020 presidential election. Pence can still appeal today's ruling. The head of the Department of Health and Human Services is trying to calm fears in Congress that migrant children are being placed in dangerous situations while they wait for their asylum cases to be heard. Secretary Xavier Becerra saying that's just not the case.
We do what we can to find a responsible sponsor. Close to 90% of the cases, it's an immediate family member.
Becerra added that all sponsors go through a vetting process and must pass background checks before any child is released to them. Dominion Voting Systems wants to put several Fox News hosts on the witness stand in its lawsuit against Fox over claims the network made that it rigged the 2020 presidential election. Dominion wants President Jay Wallace and on-air hosts Sean Hannity, Tucker Carlson, and Laura Ingraham to testify. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
A proposal to clear homeless camps from near parks and schools in California has been voted down. The measure was brought forward by California State Senator Brian Jones.
We simply cannot continue allowing people to live in or around our parks, libraries, schools, and daycare centers. This is a public health and public safety crisis.
The bill would have given 72 hours notice along with shelter and service aid to members of the homeless community before camps were able to be cleared. The chair of Florida's Democratic Party is filing another ethics complaint against Governor Ron DeSantis.
This governor has been flying around our state and our country, violating ethics rules and policies all the time, from the usage of the state plane and state resources, and it's time to start holding him accountable.
It's the second complaint Nikki Fried has filed in as many weeks. DeSantis' office dismissed the complaint as politically motivated. NFL owners are approving new rules for the upcoming season. Under those rules, players will now be able to wear the number 0 on jerseys. Another will allow replay officials to review failed fourth down attempts. Also added to the rule book, the penalty for tripping will become a personal foul. Soft drink giant Pepsi has a new logo thanks to consumer input. Pepsi asked people to describe the logo from memory. A majority said the word Pepsi was inside the red and blue globe, but in reality, it was off to the side. The company's chief design officer said Pepsi couldn't ignore insight from customers, assuming the name was inside the globe, so that's where it's going. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, thank you so much. Welcome back. What are we looking at here? Rolling into a Wednesday, crossed over the midnight hour there on the West Coast. All on the same page, 29th day of March. Ready for April Fools? Well, that's coming up Saturday. Hello to Wheelchair Dave. What do you got, Dave? He said, Steve, are you up for any broadcast or industry trucking awards this year? Nah, nothing on the list this year. I said, what's that award on your secret bunker desk? That was my final Citizen Driver Award judge. I guess you'd call it a trophy. Yeah, most of the years for the first, I think, 5 or 6 years, we got plaques, which they're on the wall, but they're out of camera view. Honorable Judge, Citizen Driver Award. That's what that one is. But no, nothing like that in the mix. Eskimo Mom chimes in. First of all, she said, it seems to me that a segment of our society wants our kids to lose their innocence long before they're ready to handle it. And that's a crying shame. Anyway, she said, what's your show schedule for the rest of the week and into next week? Are you going to have a show Thursday morning or a best of? And is that going to be a new episode Friday night? All right, here's the slate. We're live this morning. Tomorrow night, Wednesday night, Thursday morning will be a best of. Yeah, so that's it. If they could run tonight, I don't know what they got on the slate, but that'll be a best of. Then, if you weren't with us in the first hour, I should mention that again. We will be live from Louisville on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page and the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Facebook page live, noon to 5 Eastern, Thursday and Friday, and then 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. on Saturday. So just live on the Facebook feeds, Hot Shot Secret, Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Those shows that we're recording live That will be broadcast. That'll be what we record on Thursday. That'll be the Thursday night, Friday morning, midnight to 5 Eastern. Same for Saturday. Friday night, Saturday night. Then Sunday night into Monday morning, that will be, again, a best-of program. That's the slate. So after the Mid-America Truck Show, we'll be back live in studio, back in the secret bunker if all goes according to plan, Monday night into Tuesday morning of next week. But, you can tune in live via the Facebook feed here over the coming days, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, as we interview all of our special lineup of guests. And I'm sure that just as the case was last year, they'll have several different camera views. And we're going to be at a different location now, though, versus where we were last year. We're actually going to be in the Hot Shot Secret booth. The 20x60 Joel Morrow in the Purple Haze truck is in place, ready to go. We'll be setting up equipment for our live broadcast segment. And, of course, the Hot Shot Secret booth. So everybody be gathered around in the same place rather than being kind of split up like we were last year. So for those coming by, I hope to see you, right? And our number, 844-844-3388. Well, what's happening, 5-7?
Oh, not a whole lot. Well, I really pray y'all have a wonderful time down there in Louisville. And I'm looking forward to, looks like you're going to be coming on live at noon in Facebook around 2. I'll be trying to catch you at least on my way home that afternoon, and I'll definitely be picking you up at early morning hours. Pappy covered a whole lot of what I was going to say, and that's good. He can explain it better. He's more proficient in speech. Sitting there watching, you wonder what these people are thinking. Well, got an example. ABC Morning News. We're sitting there, and my wife's sitting there, and they have a woman on explaining how in Florida they're banning her books. She had like 7 books that are being took out of the library. And we're being compared to the Nazis. It's going down this list. And they're just romantic books. Well, while that's going on, I get on my little trusty little phone and cool up this messages about, parents at these in meetings, and I ended up bringing up at least that one where there's a little boy about 8, 9 years old reading a book from his grade school.
Yep.
Talking, because we're on the radio, I'm going to respect that.
Yep.
Talking about him and his buddy going in someplace and having oral, and he doesn't call it. He straight. It says right. You can't say it because of the radio program. It's totally inappropriate for a child to say it to the school board, but it's in the school. And there was a couple of
in the library. He checked out that book from that school's library and was reading directly from the book he checked out from the library in that school. And I saw that segment.
Exactly.
That was unbelievable.
Exactly. Unbelievable. And my favorite is a lady that comes, and when she drops her coat, and she's well built, and she walks up. I don't know how it's not a tight. It's a tight, but it barely covers the tunnel of love, and it comes up. There's only one arm in it. It looks. I don't know how the woman put the thing on, and she said, "This is inappropriate, isn't it, for a school board meeting?" Said, "This is inappropriate for a school board meeting, but y'all let a transgender male come and dance in our school in an outfit just like this." And she got all over him. And I'm telling you, that's there. Also on the news, I was listening on a different channel. I was listening. They're not mentioning that this was an attack on Christianity or anti-Christianity, because everybody knows what the scripture means and what it says. And they're avoiding that completely. Trying to rewrite that. I don't don't worry about calling whoever this was, a male or a female, the shooter. And the truth is come out in the end 200 years from now when they need to build a building on that property that they bury everybody in.
Yeah.
They're moving the bodies, the casket's rotted away, the flesh is rotted away, the clothes are rotted away, and the stones have long gone, and they're going to look and they're going to write down. Oh, it's going to write down the actual sex going according to the skeleton. Male skeleton, female skeleton. It's the truth is going to come out in the end, period. But the truth also brought up is I posted a lady that come on there and said, we are being forced by and they're trying to do it by laws. If you don't accept, we're being forced to accept other people's delusions. And if you don't, there's people already have lost their jobs by not accepting other people's delusions and on this transgender stuff. And there's good news. I have faith in this. I believe after listening, I brought up detransitioning people. And if you listen to these people, my heart went out to this woman who was, 12, 13, 14. The doctors talked their parents into this. There's the parents. I'm scratching my head on this. But she thought she was a male, so they gave her puberty blockers and removed her breast. Well, somewhere along the line, she changed. She's back. She's trying to detransition him. And in her voice, you could hear, I'll never be able to breastfeed my children.
Correct.
So apparently she kept all the lady parts. You know what? You go on down, it talks about where they screwed up. They turned a male into a female. Well, they're passing blood clots in the urine. It's constantly got problems. Well, guess what? You know what? The lawsuits that are going to start going after these doctors and these organizations that are going here, I believe the legal system is going to bring this stuff to an end. Because they're going to be too afraid to do this stuff to a minor, which you can't get a tattoo. Legally, you can't even have sex. You can't buy anything, alcohol, cigarettes.
Right, yeah.
Here they're letting them do this.
You took the words out of it. You can't buy a pack of cigarettes. You can't buy a 12-pack of beer. All these things, you can't buy a gun. But you're allowing these people, these individuals, that the reason they can't do that is because we as a society feel that their minds haven't developed to the point where they can make rational decisions. You're allowing a 10 or a 12-year-old to make these kind of decisions, and then as adults trying to defend those decisions?
Yep, it's delusion. We're in a world of delusion, and I'm going back to the truth. 2012, this country turned its back on God and did something in 2012 in our Supreme Court, and even the Trump administration didn't deal with it, and it's going on from there. And anybody wants to know, look up decisions that happened in 2012. And listen, there's a reason why Jesus stepped out and started his ministry at the wedding supper. So there's no mistake in this life. And finally, about weaponry. They turned this against weapons. Oh, my gosh. Well, first off, Jesus believed in the death penalty, all right? It talks about if you mess with a child, it's better the millstone be tied around your neck and be casted into the sea. So apparently, he don't have a problem with death penalty if you mess with a child. And now we come to weapons. Well, I listened to a minister, a chaplain or whatever, before I come to work this morning. And he was praying, and it went from prayers, which I respect the prayer. I stopped, quit sipping my coffee, He went from prayer to an absolute, actually said the time of prayer is over with. We need to do action and take these guns out of the hands. I said, whoa. And I've got great fear. Scripture said, touch not my anointed, and do my prophet no harm. But you know what? Jesus told his disciples, do you have a sword? If you don't have a sword, sell your cloak, get a sword. He was told that his disciples had two swords, weapons of the day. And you know where he was going? He was taking them to a prayer meeting. He knew the Sanhedrin was coming for him, but for some reason, God didn't allow him to know the situation of his disciples. He wanted them protected. So,
And that would be called defense or self-defense. You think maybe, just maybe, that's why our founding fathers made that a constitutional right to have the ability to defend ourselves, maybe? What's going on, Monkey Gouger?
Well, good morning, Steve-O. What's going on?
Where in the wide, wide world of sports have you been?
Well, let's see. We've been in the swamp fishing a lot, keeping grandbabies. Just been busy as a one-armed paper hanger. But, Steve, I don't know if you've seen it over the weekend or not, if it come through. You know, we had one of those mass shootings in Sumter, South Carolina, happened about 4 miles from my house. It was all military involved. There was 2 grown-ups killed and 3 children. And what it was a domestic violence killing, I reckon you could call it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one sergeant. His wife was a sergeant in the Army there, stationed at Shaw Air Force Base there. And they've been divorced for a year. Well, she was in the backyard talking to another sergeant that she worked with, right? Well, he comes into the house and goes upstairs and kills his stepchild and his 2 children, shoots them gangline style right through the head.
Wow.
Goes out in the yard, kills the sergeant that she's talking to. Then he goes back in the house and puts the gun up to his head and blows his brain out. I don't know if y'all seen anything on this. I mean, it really, really has turned Sumter County upside down. I mean, that was too close for comfort. Like I say, that was 4 miles from the house. I mean, they come out, I think it was yesterday, which would have been Monday, and said the guy that done all the shooting was being treated for post-traumatic syndrome or whatever they call it.
Right.
PTSD. I mean, I don't know if you've seen anything about it in the news or anything, but that was pretty horrible. And then what happened today was horrible. But I tell you, man, it ain't the guns killing people. It's the people behind the trigger.
Yeah. And
I mean, you know, and then to try to glorify this, whatever it was that shot those people today, you know, it just infuriated me. But we're running about 5 hours behind schedule to be at the big show. I was sitting at the house this afternoon, and I had Boone and Biscuit. Me and Debbie was keeping it with school and picked them up, and I told JJ, I said, now you got to get over there and pick them up early. I said, because I got to lay down and get some rest if I start out toward Louisville. Oh yeah, we'll do that. So he come by and picked them up, and I'm sitting there. It's just about, you know, the sun's still up a little bit, what you would call dusk, dark.
Mm-hmm.
I get this phone call from these 2 idiots. One of them's a nephew, the other's a cousin, and I know better than to answer the damn telephone when them 2 call you. They're either in jail, they've tore up something, they're stuck, lost. There's something always going on with these 2 characters, right? So I answered the phone. It was my nephew. Hey, we out of gas. Sound like you got a personal problem. He said, no, man. Said we up the river up here. Said we out of gas. I said, there ain't a boat on the river. I said, well, I imagine not, dumbass. You ain't had the 5 inches of rain in the last 2 days. The river probably out the banks. He said, yeah, it's out the bank. I said, well, where y'all at up there? Oh, we at the third bend in the river. Well, see, I'm thinking they down there next to me. I didn't ask them if they was on the watery or the Congaree. So I told David, I said, I'm going to run down here, get these 2 cats out the swamp, and I'm coming back, and I'm going to lay down and sleep a little while. Okay. I get the third bend in the river, ain't nobody there. So I said, now, where in the hell is these jokers at? So I called them back. I said, hey. I said, I thought y'all said y'all was at the third bend in the river. Well, yeah, we're at the third bend in the Rotary River. I said, I'm 6 miles from y'all. And so they said, well, that's where we at. We up on the Watery. I said, well, I wish y'all had told me that before I left home, because I could have come right there to 601, dropped the boat in, and we could have come out right there. Now I got to drive 6 more miles in the dark up there.
Oh, boy.
Now, I'll tell you something, Steve. That river is nothing to navigate when it's running the way it is. I mean, there was, floating logs coming down through there, and it done got dark, and I done got PO'd, ready to choke these 2 to death. So I get up there, and they sitting there just grinning like 2 possums. Well, again, y'all didn't know y'all didn't have enough gas come all the way up here. Well, we had 6 gallons. We didn't figure we was coming this far up here. I said, well, let me ask y'all something. I said, what in the world made y'all come way the hell up this river swamp and it flooding like this and go fishing? And I said, you got to use 90 pounds of weight to hold a line in the damn water. Well, we didn't think about that. We got up here and then we was coming out and run out of gas. So I had to tow them all the way back down there, man. And by this time I get home, it's 11 o'clock, and I told David, I said, I got to ride. I said, I got some appointments I got to make tomorrow afternoon, and I got to roll. So anyway, we on the way up there.
So you going to be there like later today, Wednesday, or not till Thursday?
Yeah, I'll be up there later on this afternoon sometime.
Okay.
It'll probably be a little after dinner if I get up there. I'll catch up with you somewhere.
Yeah, well, we'll be back there setting things up, getting you make sure all of the broadcast equipment is operational. So that's, we'll probably be there. We're planning to be there about noonish, and probably we're going to head out a little after 9 or so. So, yeah, it'll be probably close to noon, and we're going to head straight to the convention center because you can't check in your hotel till probably 2 or 3 in the afternoon. So.
Right. Well, I got a couple of things I got to do tomorrow, and I got one thing I got to go to tomorrow night. And then I'll catch up with you somewhere.
Well, if history plays the way it normally does, the Monkey Gouger's a celebrity everywhere he turns. So, yeah, we'll see you at some point in time. I guarantee he'll be over when Misty Big Rig shows up, though, right?
USA News Update. President Biden says there's a moral price to pay for inaction on guns.
Nothing like losing a child, particularly the more senseless it is, the more devastating the impact on you. It's absolutely heartbreaking.
While speaking in Durham, North Carolina, the president called Monday's deadly shooting at a Nashville school senseless. He urged Congress to pass an assault weapons ban and questioned why we allow weapons of war on our streets. He said he supports the Second Amendment, but noted it is not absolute. NFL owners are approving new rules for the upcoming season. Under the new rules, players will now be able to wear the number 0 on jerseys. Another will allow replay officials to review failed fourth down attempts. Also added to the rule book is making the penalty for tripping a personal foul. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, looks like we missed Denny there. I'm sorry. I know you hung in there for a lengthy amount of time and had to probably go. It is 844-844-3388. Chiming in about 5-7's call. And I had seen that video via social media. The young boy checked the book out in the library in that school and was reading a segment from that book. And, not the kind of language you would expect for an elementary school student. And Pappy chimed in. He said, even 5-7 discussing it can't use the language that was in that book on this program or your show would get fined. Yep, that is correct. But they want to let 6th grade kids have access to that kind of material, which Yeah, undoubtedly, when I was younger, it would be nothing more that was described as pornography. Then he also mentioned the way the values, what is important to the American people. Patriotism used to be one of the tops on most people's list. Religion was crucial. What's more important to people now? Patriotism, religion, money. Several charts from the Wall Street Journal, which headline says, America pulls back from the values that once defined it. Defined it as our country, America. Percentage who say these values are very important to them, starting with patriotism. 59% of Republicans, very important. 29% of independents, 23% of Democrats. Religion. Is religion very important to you? 53% of Republicans say yes. 38% of independents, 27% of Democrats. What about having children? Is having children very important to you? 38% of Republicans, 20% of independents, and 26% of Democrats. Money. Is money very important to you? This one pretty much runs the gamut. 45% of Republicans, yes. 45% of Democrats, yes. 36% of independents. It's all about the money, huh? Patriotism. You go back. This particular chart goes back from 1998 when the same question was asked. The percent of Americans who say patriotism is very important to them. 1998, it was 70%, 7 in 10. By 2019, 11 years later, it was down to 61%. That's 2019. Here we are, 20, 21, 22, 23. 4 years later, it is now at 38%. What's happened in just the past 5 years? Patriotism no longer important. Religion. Same schedule, time frame, 1998, 62% said religion was very important to them. Down to 48% by 2019. Today, it's 39%. The values have really gone out the window in this country. That's sad. All right, the same storm that we were talking about in hour number one that's going to unleash severe weather, high winds, and multiple tornadoes over the Mississippi Valley. It will also have a wintry side. Yeah, oh man, winter's not done yet. AccuWeather is homing in on a zone of accumulating snow and high winds, which will make for treacherous travel from northern Nebraska to northern Michigan. Yeah, of course, severe weather will take center stage. This storm that's crossing California will re-energize over the plains starting Thursday before swinging northeastward toward the upper Midwest on Friday. But this storm will have enough cold air to work with on the northern and western side to bring a broad zone of accumulating snow. Again, northwest Nebraska, eastern Wyoming, South Dakota, large portions of Minnesota, northern Wisconsin, and northern Michigan. Now, how nasty the weather becomes in part of this zone will depend on how quickly this storm strengthens as it tracks toward the northeast. A powerful storm more likely to bring blizzard conditions to the northwestern flank versus a weaker storm that would produce moderate breezes along with the snow. Now, we know the criteria for an official blizzard to be declared. One scenario they're looking at is the storm will undergo quick intensification on Friday. That's going to result in a wide swath of heavy snow from portions of South Dakota to the UP of Michigan. The other scenario on the table would kind of hold off on the intensification until like Friday night into Saturday morning. That would be less snow across the northern plains and far greater amounts across northern portions of Michigan. Regardless of which scenario pans out, travel troubles will be a problem where the snow comes down heavily. It could include vast stretches of Interstates 29, 35, 90, and 94. There's the potential in that zone for 6 to 12 inches to pile up with locally higher amounts, depending on when the storm matures. Now, there's only could be just a few dozen miles in parts of Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin that would separate where you're seeing accumulating snow on one side versus severe thunderstorms and possible tornadoes. As I said, within just a few dozen miles, going to be a fine cutoff line there between severe weather and wintry weather. But that's something we'll keep an eye on over the next few days. Same system that may indeed bring us some, maybe some ugly weather Friday there at the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville. Let me see here. Eagle, yes, sir. Welcome back.
I wanted to say a couple other things about this school deal, Steve, before I get on to something else. This person that did the deal there, it's understood that, listening to some of your news breaks that I heard over during the day while I was driving, I listened to some things that I want to say this, Steve. I told you this after this last shooting that happened down in Texas where I live at. People, I know it's hard, people. I know it's hard for people, Steve. If you had a son or a daughter that was that had mental issues, that had a problem with gender issues or something like that, and depression issues, I know it's hard for people to go to the authorities, with their son or daughter and tell them that they think that their son or daughter might be up to no good. But it's gonna have to be done, Steve. A lot of these shootings that we've had over the last years could have been avoided. There were signs, the same thing with this girl here. They said that her parents had her. She was under some kind of supervision by the mental authority people. She wasn't a mental institution, but she was seeking some kind of help. And this could have been avoided if they would have done the right thing, Steve. If her parents or somebody that was close to her would have notified the authorities if they thought something wasn't right. And something, Steve? Here's what really pisses me off about the situation. They keep saying on other news stations that this person bought these guns legally.
Yeah.
Okay, let me say something. Just because you got money in your pocket and you got a clean driver's license that says that you haven't committed a crime does not mean that you won't commit a crime. I just want people to know that, because they can send. For some reason, these people think that just because your license comes back clean of having a misdemeanor or or the other, what do they call the other one? Misdemeanor or what do they call what's
felony.
the other one?
Felony.
A felony. Okay, yeah. That doesn't mean that you're not capable of doing something wrong in the future. I just want people to know that, because see, here's the deal. You only get one attempt to shoot up a school or a church or whatever, or you're going to either go to jail or you're going to be eliminated by the authorities. So no, she hasn't. So no, that girl didn't have a past of crime or anything, because this was her first attempt at shooting up a school. So like I told you before, that's where it goes back to the mental deal and checking these people's background. Like I said, having money and a clean driver's license does not qualify you to purchase a gun. And I'm fed up with people saying that. Now, here's how it goes, Steve.
Well, how do you determine whether an individual that got in, because you brought that up last evening, are you suggesting everyone who goes to purchase a firearm needs to go through some sort of a mental health examination, or what? Where do you end it?
Well, Steve, what I'm saying is this person, if they would, don't you agree with this? if they would have done a mental evaluation, check this girl's past, maybe they would have found out that this girl really wasn't qualified to purchase a gun, is what I'm trying to say. I know it's hard to evaluate everybody. Pappy and some other people said that last night. It's hard to do a mental evaluation, to see if somebody's qualified to buy a gun.
Right.
But we have to do something, Steve. We can't keep allowing these people that have mental inequities to purchase these weapons. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know what can be done, but too many lives have been lost since these school shootings started. I don't know what the total number is over the years, but it's got to be pretty high right now. And I'm just sick of seeing people lose their lives, especially young kids, 6-7-year-old kids. These kids haven't had a chance to even start their life, and now they've been gunned down. Like I said, I'm going to repeat myself one more time. Just because you have a clean driver's license and you have money in your pocket does not qualify you to buy a gun. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, so that leaves a big open question there of what does qualify? Because as the system is right now, which they pretty much clearly said, the sheriff there in Nashville, parents were aware that she had some mental issues. Parents didn't feel like she should own a firearm, but she had never been institutionalized. Don't know. I guess they said she was having treatment, but if you go in to see a counselor, at what point do you end up putting something kind of like a flag on their chart? Where does that happen? I mean, there are criteria where if you've been institutionalized, if Pappy had to take you down to the wacky ward at the University of Cincinnati, where they still do have, one of those. If you've been in there ain't that many nut houses. That's what we used to call them, the nut house. I guess that's politically incorrect nowadays. Mental health institutions, right? If you've been checked in, that'll put you on a kind of a flagged list. But at what point do you make that determination? Because we've got that constitutional right to keep and bear arms. And of course, the immediate mainstream media narrative this past day was, President went right back immediately to the assault weapons. She had two, what they try to label as assault weapons, AR-style weapons. She also had a simple, what hundreds of millions of Americans carry in the form of a 9mm handgun. Now, I'm thinking technically what she did in that school could all have simply been accomplished without either of the, quote, assault weapons in her possession. She could have had the 9mm or 2 or 3 9mm handguns, not assault weapons, and done the same thing. She went into the innocents that had no way to defend themselves. And so really the premise of trying to say this wouldn't have happened if there was an assault weapon ban, that is false. All right, we got to get a quick timeout. We'll return in 2. You got to think things through a little more. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As Pappy mentioned earlier, he sent me several of the screenshots from various media outlets. We've got, what do we have here? Fox News, NBC News. Media presenting various excuses. NBC News, apparently, this past day. Essentially trying to defend the actions of this transgender female. Under the headline, "Fear Pervades Tennessee's Trans Community," amid the focus on Nashville shooter's gender identity. We were already fearing for our lives. Now it's even worse, says one transgender advocate in the state. Why? Let's see. Nashville shooter felt there was no other effective way to be seen, says Radical Trans Group. Radical Transgender Group said the transgender Nashville shooter felt there was no other effective way to be seen than killing 6 people at the private Presbyterian school. Of course, that number being 6, as it is, it would undoubtedly have been higher. Who knows how much higher if those 2 officers didn't, or 3, which it turned out to be 3, that did not hesitate, immediately made their way into the school and followed the sound of gunfire on the 2nd floor, immediately ran up the stairs, and in short order came upon the shooter and took her out. Done. All right. Is there any such thing as a defense for this mental derangement? Is that a fair question? Samantha posted this past day. Just think about it, people. She said, "Today I went to the bank, told them I identify as a millionaire. I'd like to withdraw my money." What do you think they said? "You're nuts. Get out of here." Doesn't work that way. Just because you think something in your head. Turns out, just because you believe something in your brain does not make it true. And you cannot force others to pretend that it's true. But that's what this community wants. Forcing us to all agree with, support, and endorse their fantasies or mental deficiencies, their confusion. Vic used a term last evening. What they call it? Gender confused. And historically, it was identified as a mental issue. They want to change the definition. Let's change everything. And not only change it, but force everyone to agree with it, that it's nothing wrong with an individual, and endorse and support others to become like that. All right, totally separate case. Say, hey, whatever happened to Trump being indicted? Do you recall last week when we shared Alan Dershowitz? I think that was last Wednesday when the grand jury ultimately met but did not even discuss the Trump case. And then they said, we're not going to talk about it on Thursday. Yeah, I talked about a different. He said, I wouldn't be surprised if they just let this thing disappear and not even make any sort of a formal announcement that the case is done. They just want it to fade away. They want the headlines to move on to a Nashville shooting and whatever the next big news item's going to be. Just let it disappear. And this leads a lot of credence to that. The New York grand jury, considering possible charges against Trump, well, they were supposed to have met on Monday. Well, they did, but they didn't talk about Trump. They were supposed to meet on Wednesday. Well, now they tell us the grand jury is not going to meet today, Wednesday, which was the next day the panel had scheduled to convene. They concluded their activities on Monday without voting on an indictment. NBC News reported, of course, they had convened the grand jury in January. Yeah, we know all the background now, but Trump's lawyer, one of his lawyers, said this case is dead. Interviewed this past day on the John Bachman Show. Let's see, the attorney Lindsay Halligan. Halligan dismissing efforts to bring criminal charges. You can't twist and torture the law to fit the person. And that's, I believe, what they're trying to do to keep this case alive. But it looks like the case is pretty much dead. If it's not, it should be. Bragg needs to wrap this up, stop focusing on someone who doesn't even live in New York City, and maybe focus on protecting those that are living in the city from the violent crime that's actually going on in his town. All right? And they've already announced there's nothing further going to happen this week. So you put another week behind us, yeah, the people will probably by that point in time pretty much have forgotten all about it. The narrative, yeah, the mainstream headlines all tend to change. But there you go. News update, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. We're learning more about the person who pulled the trigger in Monday's mass shooting at a school in Nashville.
The shooter, a transgender Nashville woman, was being treated for an emotional disorder. That's according to Nashville police, who also say that her parents forbade her from owning guns.
They were under the thoughts that she had gotten rid of every weapon that she owned, but she had hid different weapons inside the home.
Nashville Police Chief John Drake says she went to several stores and legally purchased the firearms used in that killing. She killed 3 children and 3 adults at the Covenant School before she was killed by police. I'm John Schaefer.
Nashville police may soon release what they believe was the motive in the deadly shooting. Police in Alabama have been investigating the scene of a shooting that left 2 officers wounded. It happened Tuesday at an apartment complex in Huntsville, where the deputies were responding to a shots fired call. A citizen was also shot by a barricaded subject inside one of the units. The White House is asking where the Republican budget proposal is.
The president released his budget 3 weeks ago, and so far all we've seen from Speaker McCarthy and MAGA Republicans in Congress are proposals that would blow up the deficit.
The Biden administration is asking this as Speaker Kevin McCarthy demands President Biden come to the negotiating table over raising the debt ceiling. White House Principal Deputy Press Secretary Olivia Dalton said Congress has a constitutional obligation to pass a clean debt ceiling bill. Former Vice President Mike Pence will have to comply with the subpoena to testify. The ruling by a federal judge requires Pence to testify before a grand jury on conversations he had with former President Trump leading up to the January 6th Capitol riot. The jackpot for tonight's Mega Millions lottery drawing is up to $322 million. The lump sum cash option worth more than $174 million. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Reaction is coming in now after police body cam video was released of the Nashville officers taking down Monday's school shooter. Keith Taylor, former NYPD assistant commissioner, said it's hard to not get emotional when you watch it.
When they watch that video, their hearts are going to be thumping pretty strongly because they get a taste, a small sense of the danger and the pressure on police officers.
The video shows police quickly entering the Covenant School, shooting and killing the 28-year-old transgender former student. Taylor said, unfortunately, officers are responding to situations like this more and more often. A woman claiming to be Jerry Jones' daughter is suing the Dallas Cowboys owner for defamation. Alexandria Davis claims Jones engaged in a character assassination attack after she filed a paternity lawsuit against him last year. The lawsuit states Jones, his attorney Donald Jack Jr., and a Cowboys spokesman falsely referred to Davis as an extortionist and a shakedown artist in the public domain. Jones was ordered to take a paternity test in the case last December, but the results have not been released. The FBI is offering a $10,000 reward now for information leading to the arrest of former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan's ex-chief of staff. Roy McGrath has not been seen since earlier this month when he failed to appear in court for the start of his federal fraud trial in Baltimore. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we are back for our final hour. One more time around. All right, Hump Day. Here it is midweek. Hey, Mike, 29th day of March already. Look at there. April just around the corner. Industry headlines from CDL Life this past day. As we continue to see the drugs pouring into the country from our southern border. Yeah, big bust here. Customs and Border Protection seizing more than 800 pounds of methamphetamine from a tractor trailer at the Texas border crossing. Drug seizure last Friday at the Far International Bridge cargo facility there in Texas. Officials encountered a tractor trailer hauling a shipment of charcoal entering the U.S. from Mexico. Referred for a secondary screening, the non-intrusive imaging system, and a K-9 unit. When officers physically inspected the vehicle, 362 packages weighing a total of 833 plus pounds of methamphetamine concealed in the tractor trailer. We're talking nearly $7.5 million street value. The drugs, the tractor, the trailer seized by Customs and Border Protection. Homeland Security is handling the investigation now. I mentioned earlier we'll be speaking with Women in Trucking. Ellen Voy, the outgoing president, CEO, founder of Women in Trucking, be handing off the reins to the new incoming CEO. We'll interview them. I believe they're number 2 on our list there for our Thursday program. And we'll be talking about women. A new survey looks into the different attitudes and perceptions of both male and female truck drivers toward their day-to-day lives in the trucking industry. Results released several weeks ago. But survey participants included nearly 400 truck drivers. 60% of the survey respondents were female. The remaining 40% were male. Surveys showed female truck drivers feel somewhat less safe than their male counterparts, but also that they feel less lonely and have fewer regrets about entering the trucking industry than male truck drivers. That was one I found very interesting. Do you regret entering the trucking industry? According to this survey, again, this was like what? 40% of the 386 drivers interviewed. 92% of male truckers regret getting into trucking, compared to 66% of female truckers. 79% of male truckers say they frequently feel lonely on the road, compared to 65% of female truckers. 68% of female drivers say they feel safe when working, compared to 78% of male truck drivers. 92% of male truckers believe young people should get into trucking. Now, this doesn't make a lot of sense. If you have 92% of male drivers that say young people should get into trucking, and then you've got 92% of male truckers regret getting into trucking, something doesn't match up there. If you regret getting into it, the same number's not going to say, yeah, I think young people should get into this. I don't know, something missing there. What about pay? 59% of male drivers feel fairly paid. 26% feel underpaid. And believe it or not, 15% say they feel like they're being overpaid. Now, 52% of male drivers make under $50,000. 47% making between $50,000 and $100,000. And just 1% making over $100,000. He said there were several other questions, but interesting responses there. And, of course, I know many of you do not like rolling into California. Can't stand, you got the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit for commercial vehicles, and I guess they enforce it. California Highway Patrol issuing a reminder to drivers that the state's speed limit for commercial vehicles is 55. And they shared a driver that was caught on the radar gun doing 73, 18 miles over the limit. From the California Highway Patrol. Just a reminder, 3-axle tractor in any vehicle, sedan, coupe, truck, pulling a trailer, have a maximum speed limit of 55. Other states may have different limit restrictions for commercial vehicles. We're in California, though. We enforce the 55 maximum speed limit. Officers are heavily patrolling the Tracy Triangle, 205, 580, and I-5. Slow down and obey the traffic laws. Now, there were responses via the Facebook post from the Highway Patrol there in California. Obviously, a lot of frustration from drivers about this split speed limit. Quite frankly, says one, y'all need to get rid of that 55 limit. It creates a nuisance. And with those that take unnecessary chances around big trucks, you see more accidents. I don't blame truckers for not wanting to go to California because of this reason, among many others. Another commented, one problem with that, studies have consistently shown it's actually less safe to have a split speed limit. It leads to more rear-end collisions. It increases road rage in the drivers who can go faster. If you want to make it safer, then give trucks their own lane separate from the other maniacs that are going 80 plus. That from a truck driver who supports truckers. Differing opinions, but yeah, 55 in California. Well, Knucklebuster checks in here on a Wednesday. What's going on, Knucklebuster?
Oh, shoot. Well, that sounds like a crock of Sam Houston Institute of Technology to me there, Steve. At 55 mile an hour, I won't go out there. We run out to Reno and Vegas, but I tell them when I go that way, don't send me to California, Oregon, or Washington because I'm not crossing over it.
Mm-hmm.
And he sounded a lot like minister there for a little bit there, wanting everybody to have a mental evaluation. Maybe he needed one there. I don't know. Well, let's do some political satire this morning. I'll just say this, but they're not mine. But I won't tell you where I got them from either. So extra, read all about it. Out of New York. A new study indicates a disturbing trend as testicular industries in women's sports is increasing at an astounding rate. Researchers are baffled as to these statistics have skyrocketed from literally zero reported testicle injuries among female athletes just a few years ago, Steve.
Gotta love it.
Let's see, you don't. Yeah, got some testicle injuries on them women there. That's amazing.
Well, the rumors continue to filter in that Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg's attempt to indict former President Trump. Hold on, somebody's squalling on my radio. I'll turn that squawk box down. President Trump, a new report has indicated his attorneys are seeking to exploit a little-known legal loophole through which he can avoid indictment by not actually committing any crime, see? And then out of California, the effects of the struggling U.S. economy are starting to be felt in unpredicted places, with heavy layoffs at Disney have now left Snow White with only 3 dwarfs in her entourage. See?
All right. Yeah, I heard.
Absolutely.
I heard that Disney news. I think 7,000 layoffs this week.
Yeah, that's something. Well, price of it gonna go down or go up to go out there? I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, we missed one yesterday there. Back in this day in history, March 28th, 1866, the first U.S. ambulance service rolled through Cincinnati, Ohio. Pete.
Really?
So yes, sir. Yeah, that was pretty awesome. I said, look at that, man. Cincinnati's famous for something. You got $2 million laying around. You just want to, well, maybe Chris might want to buy this place there. 3321 Dent Place. It's a 4-bedroom, 4-bath townhouse in Washington, D.C., Georgetown neighborhood, where John Fitzgerald Kennedy and Jackie Kennedy moved just a few months before marrying back in 1953. And then here's some good news. A New Jersey man, he was extradited to Florida. I wonder why he got sent down there. Well, he had threatened the sheriff down there, so they arrested him and extradited him down there. And guess who was the first one to greet him off of the plane? That sheriff down there in Florida. He says, "Welcome to Florida. I hope you enjoy your stay, right? But this stay is not going to be on the beach, Steve. It's going to be in the jailhouse.
Not going to be a pleasant stay."
Yeah, I know that's right. We got one of our drivers over here. I guess he tried to pull a fast one. He put $650 on the dash. They even went into Whole Foods there in Memphis. He came out, it was gone. And he left there and went and got his trailer and went over to the truck stop there in West Memphis, called the police and the company from there. I don't know why he done that. That sounds like a crock of that Sam Houston Institute of Technology myself.
Yeah, something not adding up there, is it?
Yeah, well, he called the police in West Memphis, Arkansas, not in Memphis, Tennessee, so they ain't going to do him no good. The crime didn't compete that. But they reviewed all the video off of the camera. They didn't see anybody getting in his truck. They didn't even see the $650 laying on the dash. You never know, Daddy. Do I regret getting in trucking? Absolutely not. Love my job. You want to get into the trucking industry? Find you a good company. There's some good companies out there. So, but you got to start somewhere. I guess that's what they got them bottom feeders for there. Well, that's all of my old bull on it for this morning there. Y'all have a great time down there at the Mid-America Truck Show there. I'm sorry, but after 65 years old and 36 years in the trucking industry and 21 with this company, I'm not going to be able to make Mid-America, Steve. Have a great day.
All right. Well, I kind of figured as much. You don't want to be hanging out with a bunch of old truck drivers anyway, right? He does that every day in and day out. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. You jump back over to, let me see here. I guess this is kind of responding maybe to Eagle's question about we've got to weed out these people with mental issues. Now, I said, sounds like she lied on the application, the ATF form. How about this questionnaire Eagle's talking about? Mr. Summers, have you ever seen a psychiatrist for any reason? How about a marriage counselor? Have you been depressed in the last 6 months? Have you had any problem with addictions in the past 10 years? Are your financial records in order? See, these are the type of questions a psychiatrist might ask. Now, will the ATF hold the doctor responsible if cleared an individual and that individual then commits a murder? If so, what doctor would sign off on anyone if they could be held liable? Yeah, points to ponder, right? Yeah, you're not going to sign off on any of those. All right, Santa Claus out in California said, hey, we got about 100-mile stretch where you got to have the chain up there, Donner. First of all, you get the road conditions, I-80 in the San Francisco Bay Area, high wind advisory in effect, travel not recommended for campers, trailers, or permit loads. On the Northern California area, Sierra Nevada, chains required on all vehicles except four-wheel drive with snow tires on all four wheels. From Colfax to the Nevada state line, eastbound trucks are being screened at Applegate. Must have maximum chains in your possession to proceed. Permit loads are prohibited. Westbound trucks are being screened 5 miles west of Reno. Pretty much same scenario. Chaining up in California. We'll be back in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I've never actually personally filled one of the forms out. The form you have to fill out to go through the, quote, legal background check. I'm just looking here, let me see. Just a couple of the questions. Are you under indictment or information in any court for a felony or any other crime for which the judge could imprison you for more than 1 year? Have you ever been convicted in any court of a felony or any other crime? Let's see. Are you a fugitive from justice? Are you an unlawful user of or addicted to marijuana, any depressant, stimulant, narcotic drug, or any other controlled substance? Have you ever been adjudicated mentally defective, which would include a determination by a court, board, commission, or other lawful authority that you are a danger to yourself or to others, or are incompetent to manage your own affairs? Have you ever been committed to a mental institution? It goes on and on from there, but have you ever been convicted in any court of a misdemeanor crime of domestic violence? It's a 6-page form, but so I guess if you go through the entire form, I mean, yeah, people can lie on the forms, and if you don't have anything to counter the record, I guess you'll just slide right through, right? Is that the inbred redneck?
Yeah, buddy, what do you know?
About ready to head toward Louisville, Kentucky here in short order.
Yeah, buddy. I was planning on coming down there, but I've had some things pop up here, and I've been working some deals and everything else. So, it's just the way it goes. Hell, you don't miss what you ain't never had, right, brother?
Well, that's true. Yeah, you're working on more of some of this Chinese deals. What kind of deals you working on, Hunter?
I bought a little commercial piece of property, buddy, and got a real good deal out of it. I talked them out of commercial plumb down to residential prices, so I'm real happy with it. But, I mean, that's what happens when it sits vacant for 20 years with no business there. You know what I'm saying, buddy? I mean, that's just a fact of the matter. I mean, it couldn't be too commercial if nobody is doing commercial business on it. So, but that's about all I've been up to. Besides, just watching all the stuff going on and working on an old truck here, test driving it this morning. It seems to be doing real good. I'm going to sell this thing, I think. But all that stuff there, with the guns and all that, and daggone stuff down there in Nashville. I mean, it's plumb awful. But if you really look at this stuff for what it is, Steve, about every person that is involved with these mass shootings, daggone, it's all about the same. They have some mental disorder or something.
Got some loose screws.
Yeah, and
well, what do they say? I mean, they say just a few fries short of a Happy Meal, right? All right, we got to get a news break in there.
USA News Update. The new Republican Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, is demanding President Biden come to the negotiating table and talk over the debt ceiling. White House spokeswoman Olivia Dalton says Republicans have shown very little on their budget proposal.
All we've seen are these proposals from the House Freedom Caucus.
While Republicans are pushing the White House to agree to spending cuts as a condition for raising the debt limit, Biden has called on the GOP to accept an increase without conditions. Adnan Syed's murder conviction is reinstated 6 months after he was freed. Syed, whose case was made famous by the podcast Serial, was released in October from prison after an attorney said DNA evidence supported his innocence. Maryland's appeal court will now hold a new hearing for victim Hae Min Lee's family and does not necessarily mean Syed will be sent back to prison. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. You know, I hadn't heard from Philip in a few days. I don't know if it has anything to do with the Disney thing or not. I hope he wasn't part of the 7,000. Don't know. Maybe he just doesn't want to chime in or be asked about it. I don't know. So we haven't really talked a whole lot about our space stuff. Remember the Soyuz space capsule that had the major coolant leak back in December? It has officially departed the International Space Station without a crew early this past day. I guess it's safely back to Earth. engineers will now study what the heck happened with this thing. It was cast off from the docking port on the Russian-built module of the International Space Station. No astronauts aboard, which is rather rare for Russia's space program. According to the update, though, they said the deorbiting and descent to Earth went smoothly. They did share some images showing the spacecraft descending with the parachutes deployed and then resting on its side after landing. All right, so let's see. It left orbit just 55 minutes after undocking, a lot sooner than the typical 2.5 hours because there was no crew aboard. Also fired a longer departure burn than normal to leave the International Space Station. This is the one about halfway through the flight. Sprung an uncontrollable leak that vented the precious coolant into space. Engineers initially blamed a micrometeoroid impact, but then they came up with a similar leak on a different uncrewed Progress cargo ship. That's why they want to study and see, is there a manufacturing defect here? Concern was without the coolant. Engineers were concerned that the temperature inside that capsule may have reached like 104 degrees during the return to Earth, which would be too high for a human crew to make that trip comfortably, to say the least, right? A subsequent temperature check by cosmonauts wearing spacesuits inside the stricken Soyuz found the temperatures would indeed rise due to the lack of coolant, not necessarily to unsafe or deadly levels, but I don't know, you imagine being, first of all, you're in the spacesuit, and that's probably warm and uncomfortable to begin with. 104 degrees for hours for that journey. Hey, good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning. I was going to talk about the mental health laws, and I've kind of been holding my breath because Davidson County, Tennessee, has a mental health court, and I know some people on that, and I'm hoping it doesn't some way somehow come back to them. But the mental health laws that they passed way back when, you can't commit a person to institution anymore. There's quite a procedure that goes with it. I'm not exactly sure what it all is, but I do remember that they were having a problem with sometimes a family member or someone else would commit someone they thought was a little bit off kilter to a mental institution. So that was way back when. I'm not exactly sure when it was banned. I think it was before Reagan, but it might have been after. But I'm really not sure. But real quick, I keep forgetting to mention this. I was made aware 3 or 4 months ago that when Ronald Reagan was president, he started a project called Project Socrates. And what that was, before any American companies could invest overseas or take technology overseas, or a foreign company could come to this country, they had to be investigated by the Defense Intelligence Agency. That, I don't know whatever happened to that program, but it certainly didn't work, that's all I can say. And the other thing, real quick, you talked about the trucking company down there in Florida that went broke or whatever, and you mentioned a name that I was familiar with the name, whether it's the same person or not, I don't know. But way back whenever I did that thing for the Department of Transportation, I wasn't aware of it at the time, but then later on, as I went through it, anytime you're involved in interstate trucking, if you don't like, what one state tells you, if you drove in another state and you didn't get paid for it or anything else, you can go to that state and the federal government or the state, whatever state you're in, they're, what I want to think of here, but it's not the workman's compensation, but it's the Wage and Hour Board. They will take up the case. So if you're driving across country and you have a whole series of states to select to file a complaint in, It doesn't have to be in the state where the trucking company is or where you reside. But anyway, but back to this mental health thing. When I was talking about the gender dysphoria, they don't let you teach. They don't let them teach that anymore in abnormal psychology. But real quick, there are people that are homosexual that are perfectly happy and comfortable with their homosexuality, and they like to live in that community. They're well connected. But then there are these other people. They honestly and truly are so confused. They really don't. I don't know what went wrong with them. Or could have been some sort of a physical injury. Could have just been the way, the old thing, the environment or whatever. And those are the people that caused an awful lot of trouble. And when I was with the Fortune 500 companies, there's I don't know if you ever heard of Robert Half Personnel. They were a headhunter group, and they did a study. And the biggest problems that the Fortune 500 companies were having was something that was called latent homosexuality. These were people that were still in the closet. They had those tendencies, and they would cause an awful lot of problems. And I myself, I don't know if that was what happened, but by and large, I was hard to replace an individual. And his boss didn't want him replaced. So he gave me a lot of grief. And looking back on it, I don't know if that was part of it or not, but by and large, they had a whole thing that you could go through with so you wouldn't hire those people. And later on, with all this sexual discrimination stuff, they made it illegal. So, exactly why somebody goes off the deep end and shooting and thinking they can solve their problems by shooting a 9-year-old. I just can't envision anybody wanting to shoot a kid that wasn't even around. And I mean, it's just beyond my comprehension. But by and large, I heard them talking about on one other thing. You talk about these background checks. Your son, maybe he can expand more on that to you later. But until 9/11, the FBI, they had to separate all their different investigations. If you were working white-collar crime, you had no idea what was going on, say, in the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program. After 9/11, when Bob Mueller was head of FBI, he started these fusion centers, and Patriot Act might have had something to do with it. And that's when they brought all the first responders and all the FBI agents and all the different categories in. And now, on the background check, some of those are actually farmed out to a private company that's affiliated with those groups. So when you get a background check anymore, it's not like the old-time background checks. Or the way I look at it, I mean, I'm not that familiar with it, but maybe people in law enforcement might kind of expand on that. But well, my dad was pretty well connected, and a lot of people he knew would put in him as a recommendation when they wanted a sensitive job. And we would be visited by either the FBI, well, it was usually the FBI or something, doing a real background check. I don't know if they still use the actual FBI and in-person interviews to do the background check or not. So, but the reason I'm mentioning this is, number one, you were reading that questionnaire. I don't know exactly, why that questionnaire, it sounded like it was asking some kind of too detailed a question. And the odds of someone answering that honestly, if they wanted to get a gun, if they didn't have a real background check, is probably slim to none. They'll just get the answer needed to get the gun. So,
well, I mean, that goes to, Hunter Biden. I mean, the question remains, why hadn't he been charged? Because he was an addict. He wrote in his book, he was an addict, and he filled out that, no, he was not on drugs. And still no charges. And by the way, that the penalty for lying on that form used to be 5 to 10 years. That was changed about a year ago, I believe just last year. 15 years for lying on that form. But I digress. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do you say? Rounded third, headed for home. Hello to Steve. Checking in via the email, steve at hotshotsecret.com. By the end of the day, we'll be halfway through the work week. Start looking toward the weekend ahead. A little chilly here this morning. Looks like we're warming up a bit, a little more comfortable, but the coffee is hot. Guess it's time to head into town, see what we can find in the trash today. That's Steve there in Columbus. Very good to have you on board. Yeah, Horse Feathers back at it. Hey, Mike. Or we did that, didn't we?
Yeah, we did that already, but we could do a quick one, abbreviated. Hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it? Anyways, someday. Day before the truck show. Yeah, hey, I wanted to, heard you talking about California with their 55-mile-an-hour speed limit and being enforced, and I just wanted to say, welcome to my world, everybody, because, of course, as everybody knows, I'm stuck at driving whatever the posted speed limit is, cannot exceed any posted speed limit at any time, according to the people that we pull our trailers for, because we're on their DOT number and underneath their insurance. And if we go over the speed limit, apparently we're a liability. Mm-hmm. So anyways, I don't know. I feel more like a liability, being an obstacle, having people passing me on both sides and shoulders and ramps and coming up on when you using turning lanes and intersections. They come up along, go by me in turning lanes and oncoming traffic and pass with traffic coming head on double solid yellow lines and all kinds of other crazy nutsy stuff. But anyways, and quick before we get done here, want to wish everybody a good truck show. Hope everything goes well down there. Everybody be safe, be careful in your travels. Watch out for all the idiots, because I can attest there's millions of them out there on the highway. But no, everybody have a good show, enjoy, and wish you all the best down there. So safe travels, and I guess we'll be watching to see you on the Hot Shot Facebook page and listening to you to see you on the radio, and then we'll look forward to chatting at you next week and getting a full report of what went down, getting the whole lowdown.
All right. Sounds like a plan. Sorry you can't make it this year, but you got to get that fire truck ready for Mother's Day, right?
Yeah, there's only so much time in the year, and we don't have enough good weather up here. Apparently it was all in February, and I wasn't ready to take advantage of it. So by the time we got done, started doing things, we're not getting done what we need to get done, and we're also a little bit on the financial side here this year. We've got a few other things in the fire and all that, and hey, that'll let me throw you in one thing here. You're talking about the truck driver stuff and all that. Number one, I'd never be doing this job if it wasn't paying me what I'm getting paid, and I'm into the six figures. So if I was doing this job for any less or wanting to do any other driving job, I'd have nothing to do with this industry for work. But as far as telling anybody else to get into it, run away, run, Forrest, run. Don't turn, but don't look back. Just nope. I got told when the guy got me my license there back in, I don't know, I guess it was 87. The guy got me my license. He's like, hey, I've been driving in this business here, because he's using a family business. He said, I've been driving out here on the road here for about 18 years, and I haven't seen this industry do anything but get worse. So that was from about 1969 to 77. And I can tell you 79, 69 to 87. And then I'll get my math straightened out here. And from me getting my license in 87 to now, I haven't seen this industry do anything but get worse. So you can only imagine where it's going to go from here. But just for my own personal opinion, but there you have it. So anyways, as I say, y'all have a good show, and we'll chat at you next week.
All right. We'll look forward to it. Yeah, I mentioned earlier, I think I got through most of our lineup for Thursday. Taking a look here, what do we have on the slate for Friday? And again, for those who maybe just joined us here this last hour, we will be live, actually, from noon to 5 Eastern Time on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page and the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Facebook page during the show. Yeah, and that's, of course, we'll be recording that for playback Thursday, Friday, Saturday show. Noon to 5 Thursday, Friday, be 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. there for Saturday. But yeah, so if you tune in via our Facebook feed Friday, we'll be starting off with Mark Carnes, who's the Vice President of Strategy, Planning, and Business Development with Cobra Electronics. I actually shared this story a week or two ago. Cobra had come out, they just introduced this, what they're calling like AM, FM, CB, or transmitting on like FM frequency. And I wanted him to explain to me how that's going to work. It's supposed to be such a much clearer signal with FM. So we'll talk about that. And of course, years ago, we had our friends at Beltronics, originally the undetectable radar detector. Remember that? And that was Beltronics. Cobra has absorbed Beltronics. They bought Escort. So Cobra Electronics is pretty much the end all when it comes to CBs and things of that nature, radar detectors. So yeah, we'll talk about that. Toby Young joins us after that. Of course, Toby, the guy in charge, the big man in charge. Talk a little bit about this year's show, some of the exhibitors, the size of the show, this year's inductees to the Wall of Fame, the People's Choice Award, and what's going to be going on for the rest of the show. Of course, boss man Chris Gabrelchik will join us. We're up to like 2 o'clock in the afternoon there Friday by that point in time. Yeah, I think we're going to chat with Chris about Hot Shot Secret products, of course, all the latest, what's going on there. And Sarah Lee will be joining us, I think. She could have joined us at 2 or 3 o'clock. I don't know. We may have an hour with Chris. And then it looks like Sarah Lee's going to come on for maybe 20 minutes or so, something like that. So everything's going to be kind of in fluid motion, if you know what I mean. After that, Mike Brunetti joins us, Director of Aftermarket Sales with Bostrom Seating. If you have not yet registered, yeah, you're almost out of time. Go to overnightdriveradio.com. Click on contests, and you'll see the countdown clock right now stands at 3 days, 9 hours, 4 minutes, and moving. And we'll have 3 winners, 2 of which will be there in attendance at the show. 1 winner out there, someone, because not everybody's going to be able to make it in. Bostrom's Wide Ride, the Bostrom Wide Ride Core Truck Seat Giveaway. All right, so there you go. We'll have 2 of the black and gray ultra leather high-profile seats, like an $1,800 plus value. 1 of the gray Madura cloth high-profile seats, $2,100 plus. And you got to get registered at overnightdriveradio.com. We'll obviously be talking about our partnership with Bostrom Seating, their partnerships with CERTA, some new products, the Bostrom Community Gallery, and Mike Brunetti, after which it's Shannon Courier, the Director of Philanthropy at the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. I'm sure they're going to have plenty to talk about. As Horse Feathers mentioned earlier, they'll have that silent auction taking place there Thursday evening at the welcome reception at the Mid-America. Gets underway 6 o'clock in the South Wing lobby. Talk about all what's going on with the St. Christopher Fund for those who may not be familiar. Yeah, there's a lot more to it than just helping truck drivers who may be ill. And, of course, coming up Saturday, it's another full slate, too. We got Michael Dalton with the Outlaw Diesel Super Series talking about racing. Joel Morrow and Tony Justice will join us. Bruce Wilson, maybe some of our guests and listening friends. So that looks like we got a busy schedule on tap for the Mid-America Truck Show. Of course, we're going to squeeze in a time there where we get Tom with the TNC Radio.live and Cue Ball. And hope you'll tune in.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.